Smooth. Too bad I don't have a trilby or a fedora to wear. To fit in to the role of Lewton, the private eye. Hello everybody. Welcome to Discworld Noir, where every night is a dark and rainy, cold night. Get your Detective Noir voice ready. All right. Hang on. All right, let's play. No narration? All right. Everyone on the desk knows the Legend of Illinois of Zort. Or at least everyone knows the Legend of Illinois Zort. Or critics. Or LRib. Ask most people and they'll tell you that she was the cause of Zordian wars, of course. Ask most people and they'll tell you the patrician is a kind and benevolent man. Never trust the most people tell you. The real cause of whatever, I missed it out already. I'm too late. Should I restart so I can read this? It's important text after all. I have to restart, yeah. I don't care, Lewton. Skip it, skip it, skip it, skip it, skip it. Outworld! What are you doing here? It is crazy fast, but I just gotta start reading it as soon as I see the text. I haven't seen Outworld in ages. How you doing? How's it going, mate? You have been away for a very long time. How long has it been since I've seen you actually stream? Probably half a year already. It's been that long. Well, welcome. Welcome to me. This is my voice for my detective. I don't know. July? It's almost been a year? Holy shit. We actually talked about you, I think about last week or 2 weeks ago. We were talking about some people who we haven't seen in a long while, and somebody mentioned you. They couldn't remember your name, Outworld, but I think it was a Zelda when I was talking to him on during a game. When he was on voice. Now. Let me get ready for narrator voice and the storytelling. Shall I? They're always a joy to watch because Outworld is an expert of Mortal Kombat. I mean, where do you think that he got his name from? Thanks. Although I need to change my shirt for the next stream, which will be the Curse of Monkey Island. I always wear them in succession. So first is Secret, now it's Monkey Island 2, next is Curse. Anyway, let's go. Story. Everyone on the disc knows the Legend of Illinois Resort. Or at least everyone knows a Legend of Illinois Resort. Or critics, or LRib. Ask most people and they'll tell you that she was the cause of the Zordian wars. Of course, ask most people and they'll tell you the patrician is a kind and benevolent man. Never trust what most people tell you. The real cause of the Zordian wars was a little-known goddess called Errata. It was at the wedding of Peloria and Theta, or Pyramus and Frisbee, R3 and Erebus. It depends who you talk to, really. Suffice that I cannot read that fast! This is going too fast, text. You see, I can't even read that if I didn't talk out at the same time. Why is it so fast? I guess they didn't think that people would be reading this out loud 10 years later on streams. I think this happened the same last time when I played this, that I'm gonna find the text somewhere else and read it out loud. You know, so I can read it proper. It's important, the backstory to this game anyway, so it would be nice to read it. That's another knife. Sorted. The end. I mean,
I've had some bad days since I started work as a private investigator. But I'd never woken up dead before. It all started the week before, on a cold and wet Sectober day in Ankh-Morpork, the oldest and most depraved of all the cities on the Discworld. But hey, you've gotta love it.
that's exactly how this goes, Hobo Joe.
I'd been working as a PI for a little over a month, and business was slow. Hiring an investigator to look into your business requires trust, and the amount of trust in Ankh-Morpork wouldn't fill a cup. And it's a small cup I'm talking about. Sure, people trust that you don't get on the wrong side of the patrician. People trust that you don't walk into the shades alone. People trust that the Assassin's Guild will fulfill their contracts or double your money back. Yeah, people even trust death. Just don't ask them to trust their mothers.
Mr. Lewton?
If I'm not, I should fire the guy who painted the door.
So this is what a private investigator looks like. I expected someone more heroic.
Heroism costs extra. What can I do for you, Miss...
Mrs. actually. And the name is Carlotta.
Okay, Mrs. Actually. Carlotta it is. What's a girl like you doing out in a night like this?
This is
I want
actually.
to hire you, Mr. Lewton.
Please, call me Lewton. Mister sounds so formal.
How much do you charge for a simple investigation?
I don't know. I've never had a simple investigation. A tricky one is 20 a day.
I'll give you 200 in advance, plus expenses.
For 200, I guess I should treat you with some respect.
Oh, I wouldn't ask a guy like you to attempt the impossible.
What's the case?
I want you to find a man named Mundy.
Why do you want to find Mundy?
Do you know him?
No. And this case will go a lot faster if you let me ask the questions.
You like to be in control, don't you, Lewton?
If you don't pull the strings, then you're the puppet. Tell me about you and Mundy.
I've been a lonely woman, Lewton.
You amaze me.
Be surprised.
Shocked, maybe, but not surprised.
Mundy is my lover, Lewton. Or used to be. He's been away for a while, over in Sort. He came back to Ankh-Morpork a couple of days ago on the Milka. But he didn't come to see me. I think he may be having an affair. You're wondering whether my husband knows about it.
Actually, I was wondering when you were going to give me the money.
My husband passed away several years ago.
I hope the poor guy was smiling at the time. Is there anything you can tell me about Mundy that might help me find him?
He's got blue eyes, brown hair, and a black heart. You'd like him.
Has he got any friends in Ankh-Morpork?
Does anyone?
How tall is he?
I don't know. I don't picture him standing up.
What was Mundy's business in Sort?
I don't know. I never asked about his work, and he never told me.
Must be a very straightforward relationship.
As simple as they come.
Where can I find the ship he came in on?
Down at the wharf.
Have you been there yourself?
I avoid places like that. Women and seamen.
Forget I asked. This is a bad neighborhood for you to come into alone, Carlotta.
I can take care of myself.
I believe you.
Good. Trust is important.
I said I believed you. I never said I trusted you.
Don't you like me, Lewton?
I like a lot of things. I like dogs, but I wouldn't trust one not to bite me.
I won't bite.
Shame. I haven't been bitten in a long while. I'd better get started on your case. Where can I contact you?
I'll be in touch. Be seeing you, Lewton.
I hoped I would see her again, because she still hadn't paid me. Still, it wasn't every day that a beautiful woman offered me a case. Frankly, it wasn't often that anybody offered me a case. And 200 would certainly help pay the rent, if I had anything left over from my bar bill.
So how long have you been a PI then? 2 hours.
My purse might not have been my most valued possession, but I sure felt happier when it was full than when it was empty.
How is it currently? Empty? Monday, Milka. The Monday case. Carlotta. And nothing else. Alright.
I had purchased a large indexed scroll rack to keep track of all the cases I was going to handle. The Monday case made it 2.
I wonder what the first case is.
All I had to do was track down Monday and tell Carlotta where he was. Sapient pearwood comes from a plant so magical that it is totally impervious to all forms of magic, and so valuable that thieves have cut each other's throats to own it. Unfortunately, I couldn't afford a desk made out of it, so I made do with pine. It's a nice desk, though.
Yeah, I was about to ask that your desk is made out of sapient pearwood, but then again it would have legs and it would be walking around. And also, pine. Not really the best wood to use for a desk, but hey. You use what you can.
I'd purchased the imp-powered coffee bean machine from Cut-Me-Own-Throat Dibbler.
Of course.
The man whose name was the byword for quality.
Uh-huh.
With CMOT Dibbler, you could say bye to quality. I'll say this for the ICBM. It made coffee strong enough to blow your head off. On the downside, the imp tended to use most of the beans to fuel its own addiction. Some days the poor thing was so jittery the coffee machine would vibrate off the shelf.
ICBM.
A lot of strange things had happened to me since becoming a private investigator. But the weirdest was the irrepressible sensation that the most important thing for me to own as a PI was a door with my name painted on the glass. Some mysteries are best left unsolved, I guess. I could hardly carry the desk around, even if I wanted to.
Well, if it were the
Nothing like a cup of imp-made coffee to make me jittery and paranoid.
Huh. If it was made out of that sapient pearwood, then the desk would be carrying him. Not the other way around.
My office. The wharf. The wharf was on the upmarket side of the river, in the city of Ankh. The Morpork docks on the other side of the river were not a place wise travelers disembarked at. But then again, wise travelers tried to avoid Ankh-Morpork altogether. But if you traveled a lot, it was hard to miss. Like malaria.
Not to mention, there is the case on how do they get their ships onto the river. Although I think the wharf is just outside, like on the edge of the city, because if there was a wharf on the river, you wouldn't be able to get a ship there. Unless you have some ways to wade through that garbage.
The Milka was a tramp schooner, one of the many ramshackle ships that plied their trade around the Circle Sea. From the looks of it, it should have sunk years ago. Even the rats thought twice before boarding it.
That would be great to see. It's just a rat at the plank, like going, should I go on that boat? Desperate times.
The sailor was busy loading the ship, and I decided not to disturb him. Something told me I wasn't going to learn anything useful from the sailor. I couldn't tell what the crates contained, and frankly, I didn't much care. Outgoing cargo wasn't going to tell me much. I needed to know whether Mundy had brought something with him. The first mate wasn't as hostile as I might have expected, but he wasn't particularly helpful either.
Not to mention that Mr. Scotland is quite a big guy.
Are you the first mate?
Ah! Shiver me timbers! Hoist the main brace!
Let's start again. Are you the first mate?
Aye, that I be.
You're not going to get any money off me, so you can drop the fake accent.
Sorry, you know how it is. Some people are stupid enough to fall for that sort of thing. What can I do for you?
Just like with Rincewind. He just tells them to drop the accent and they're like, oh, sorry. It would have been actually funnier if it was like a, oh, sorry, you know, thespian and all. Have to use that accent and all.
When do you sail?
As soon as we've got her loaded.
How much is passage?
Where are you looking to go?
I don't know. Sort, perhaps.
We've just come from there. It'll be a long time before we get back there again.
Did you bring any passengers?
Sure. We always try to take a couple of passengers. They pay their way, and if there's a big storm, they are very useful as to sacrifice to the angry sea gods. Of course, we tell people they were washed over the side.
Of course.
Do you sacrifice passengers often?
No. The captain doesn't like it. He says it's bad for business.
Yeah, I wonder why.
We were advertising ourselves as offering an exciting tour of the Circle Sea. But he pointed out that most people would expect the tour to be above the water. If I'd had my way, we'd have thrown some people off the last voyage.
Bad omens?
The whole crew had a bad feeling of dread from the moment we set off.
Looking at the state of the ship, that doesn't come as a surprise. What were the passengers on the last voyage like?
There were 3 of them. One of them seemed all right, but the other 2, I don't know about them. There was something strange about them.
Was there a man named Mundy on the last voyage?
It's funny you should ask that. You're the second person today to have an interest in Mundy.
Who was the first?
A dwarf. He didn't give his name. I don't think he was from round here, though.
What about Mundy? What was he like?
I don't pry into the passenger's business, but for a man who came on board pretty happy, he seemed pretty unsettled when he left. Not that I blame him. Something was definitely amiss on this last voyage.
Do you know where he is now?
Mundy? No. Like I said, I don't pry into passengers' business.
Unless you actually look through their luggage after they've been washed over the side.
Hey, what are you inferring?
I'm not inferring anything. I'm implying that you might have had a look at their luggage at one point.
If I had, I certainly wouldn't admit it to you.
Which either means you didn't look, or you didn't find anything of interest.
You better watch your step, son. It's not good to make accusations like that.
Don't worry. Anything we discuss is strictly between you, me, and anyone else I tell.
Strictly.
What was strange about these passengers?
I don't know. One of them seemed kind of foreign. I mean, more foreign than most.
Since that was who I'd learned about that from in the first place, I didn't feel I had much to gain by going over old ground. What do you know about a woman named Carlotta?
Doesn't ring any bells, I'm afraid.
This is the Milka, isn't it?
That's what it says on the prow.
It's impossible to read anything written on that hull.
Just because you can't read it doesn't mean it isn't there. Reality is subjective, after all.
Don't get all existential with me.
It was more ontological than existential.
That's a really bad habit you've got there.
What? Oh, sorry. I picked up a bad case of philosophy in Ephoebe a couple of years ago, and I haven't been able to get rid of it since. Just can't seem to shake it off. Normal as anything 1 minute. Next moment, I'm wondering if anything can truly be said to exist. A bit of a drawback when you're supposed to be navigating.
Okay, assuming the existence of an objective shared universe, is this the Milka?
Yes.
Can I have a look on board?
No.
That better not be some kind of philosophical objection.
No one gets on board without Captain Jenkins' permission.
Where is the captain?
I don't know. But you could try the Cafe Ankh. He usually goes there when he's in Ankh-Morpork. If it exists, of course.
What was the quote again that we have? Go be a philosophical somewhere else. We got a game to play here. Yeah, could you go and be philosophical somewhere else? We got a game to play.
Well, safe voyage, if that's possible.
Started playing Dredge last night. Kept me up for a good few hours. It's a really good game. It's a good game all the way to the end. Trust me. I had a good time when I was streaming it.
The Cafe Ankh.
Yeah, like I said, it gets dangerous at night. Yep. Caught me by surprise as well. But it adds excitement to the game at that point. You know, when the danger lurks out there, you don't even know what it is. And you're trying to get to a safe place and suddenly just all kinds of rocks popping up out of nowhere. And they're not there anymore at daylight. It's like, it's got a lot of good mystery in the game.
You can't recall if the whiskey knocked you flat, or if everything was a blur when you met her. All that you remember are the tunes of a vampire, a melancholy tune about impending doom. I'll fetch your tankard, fill it to the brim. A cask of stale, broken drum ale, till you meet again on the bank of the Ankh. Too much to drink.
There you are.
Barely even think. Too much bare heart.
I thought I told you never to play that song again. Oh, sorry, Mr. Lewton. It's just I wasn't expecting you to call by tonight, and... You weren't expecting me? It's only been 8 years, Samael. I guess my memory ain't what it used to be.
8 years.
I don't know why Samael put up with my temper. He could have broken every bone in my body if he'd wanted to. But that's what made him special, I guess. That he'd take almost any kind of abuse from the clientele, and he'd still be there at the piano, playing better than anyone else in Ankh-Morpork.
I mean, he's got years of practice being a vampire and all. Also, nice Bloody Mary that he's got here.
The pianist, Samael, was one of Cafe Ankh's greatest assets. Not only was he a first-rate musician, but there was something about him that made you think it'd be a bad idea to start any trouble.
Maybe because he is a vampire? And also, are you gonna say play it again, Samael? I bet he is.
I decided not to disturb Samael while he was working. My old friend Nobby from the Watch. I hadn't spoken to him in ages.
It was cold rainy night while E was lurking in Spider's stream when E noticed 73 month streak in subs. Damn it, soon go down already. You're ruining the mood.
Hey, Insane Fan, thanks for the resub. 73 months, baby. That's a long time. Yeah, that's over 6 years. 6 years and 1 month. You are insane, indeed. Yeah, that doesn't work anymore. Then the follow edge is completely broken.
Hello, Nobby.
Hello, Lewton. How you been keeping?
I've been worse. Of course, I've been better, too. And I've been a hell of a lot better and not much worse.
That's good, isn't it?
Don't worry. If Commander Vimes sees us together, I'll tell him I made you talk to me.
It's not that I don't like you, Lewton. I mean, we was friends and all. But it's just, well...
It's just he'd bite your head off if he saw you talking to me.
He'd go spare.
It just doesn't work anymore. Just completely broken. I tried to fix it, but it doesn't work.
How you been keeping, Nobby? How's the rest of the Watch?
Not so bad, Lewton. Been keeping myself busy. Been working with Sergeant Colon.
How is old Fatty Colon?
Still fat. I'll tell him I saw you.
No, you won't.
Okay, so maybe I won't. I was just being trite.
Polite.
Yeah, that's the one.
I guess I never really understood why it was that you didn't get kicked out as well, Nobby.
Me? I ain't never done nothing wrong.
Don't give me that, Nobby. When you were serving as quartermaster under the Duke of Pseudopolis, it was widely known that several items from the stores were found in your kit.
That was all above board. I had all the paperwork for him.
Your kit at the time consisted of 2 warehouses. I just think Vimes had a grudge against me.
Lewton, I know you're my friend and all, but you took a bribe.
Are you trying to tell me you never took a bribe?
Never.
The ham from Harga's House of Ribs?
Evidence.
The pocket clock from the suicide in the shades?
I wanted something to remember him by.
The money in the petty cash box?
Mislaid by someone.
Misappropriated by you.
I never misanthropated anything.
I just want to understand why it was that you could get away with all your petty theft, and I couldn't get away with one act of weakness.
Well, you see,
Just say it, Nobby.
I'm not gonna hold it against you. Well, I reckon Mr. Vimes thinks that a bit of petty theft ain't something to get excited about. I ain't admitting anything, mark you. Nothing's ever been proved. Got compared to some of the stuff that goes on in this city. But someone who's taken a bribe, well, that's like allowing the rich to avoid justice. That wasn't why I did it. I know. But you know Vimes. Yeah, I know Vimes all right. What's Vimes up to these days? He got married. Married? He was only ever married to his job. Nah, straight up. He married into nobility. Old Stoneface in the nobility. That'd drive him crazy. Well, he's sort of nobility himself now. What? They made him commander of the watch. And we got a great new premises down on Pseudopolis Yard. They're full of paintings and vases and all sorts. Full? Well, maybe not as full as when we moved in, but pretty full. I'll have to call round sometime. Yeah, that'd be good. We got a lot more members in the watch these days. And we got a new dartboard. Life in the fast lane, huh? Do you seriously think it's a good idea for me to call around? I mean, Vimes isn't gonna like it. Whatever you may think about him, he's loyal to his job. I can't say he'll welcome you with open arms, but he won't stop you.
A new dartboard. That's the most important part, right?
What do you know about a woman named Carlotta? I'm not getting drawn into anything while I'm off duty. Wait till I'm back at the yard. I'll catch you later, Nobby. Don't do anything I wouldn't do. What's that supposed to mean? Well, don't get caught doing anything I wouldn't do. The captain of the Milka, Captain Jenkins, didn't seem to be a very happy man. My old friend the bar. I was tempted to order a drink, but I was working.
Besides, there's no bartender unless the bar is made from sapient pearwood.
Are you Captain Jenkins?
That depends on who's asking.
Don't play games. I'm just after a few answers.
That song really put you in a bad mood, didn't it?
If you're trying to get me angry, it's working.
No need to get upset. You need to drink more and think less.
If I drank any more than I do now, I'd never think again.
That's the ticket.
Just the answer he was looking for. Also, gotta love the animation on Lewton when he speaks.
So, you're the captain of the Milka.
Unfortunately.
Unfortunately?
Ordinarily, I'd be happy being a captain of a fine ship like the Milka. But after this last voyage, I'm thinking of taking up farming.
Tough journey?
I don't want to talk about it.
It's not just the slight overbite, it's the animation.
The Milka looks like a good ship.
You know nothing about ships, do you?
Just
she looks like exactly what she is. A run-down tramp schooner with no future.
Any chance I could look around her anyway?
All I want to do is get the cargo loaded and get out of this god's-forsaken city. I don't need people snooping around on board.
I understand you were carrying a man named Mundy on your ship.
What's it to you?
I was hoping to find him.
Owes you money, does he?
No, he's an old friend.
Him? You must think I'm as drunk as I look.
Aren't you?
Well, okay, so maybe I am. What did you want to know?
Where is he now?
I've no idea. We picked him up in Sort a couple of weeks ago and we brought him here. That's about all I want to know about him.
Did he say what he was coming to Ankh-Morpork for?
I think he said he was meeting someone.
Who?
I can barely remember my own name, let alone something I overheard through a doorway last week.
He might remember better if we gave him a drink. Wink, wink.
What do you know about a woman named Carlotta?
There's no one I know.
On your last voyage, there were 3 passengers, right? Mundy and 2 others.
You tell me. You seem to know more about my ship than I do.
I just want to know what you can remember about them.
I remember that we picked them up in Ecclepon, and I know they had a lot of cargo. Oh, and one was a woman, and one was a man, I think.
You think he was a man?
There was something particularly foreign about him. I'm not sure what.
Where's Ecclepon?
Up near the hub. God's forsaken place. All there is to do there is drink and eat fish sandwiches with no tops on.
Sounds like a long way from the Circle C.
We got lost, all right. It's easy to mix up port and starboard when you've drunk too much port.
Are they still on board?
Nope. We dropped them in Ankh-Morpork. And before you ask, I have no idea what they were doing here. That's not my business.
I was beginning to realize that Captain Jenkins only had 2 questions to ask his passengers. Where are you going? And how much money have you got?
Has there been a dwarf around asking questions?
I wouldn't know anything about that.
What was so bad about the last voyage?
I told you I don't want to talk about it.
Sometimes it helps to talk about these things.
Why would I want to talk about it?
All right, let's put that another way. I want to talk about it, and the sooner I finish talking to you, the sooner you can get back to drinking.
By that logic, my best bet would be to just ignore you and carry on drinking.
I was never much good at logic. I did home economics at school. I was hoping you'd let me have a look around on the Milka.
I was hoping that I was going to make enough money to be able to buy myself a harem of exotic dancers called Chantel. But it looks like we're both going to be disappointed.
All of the exotic dancers would be called Chantel? Not just one of them?
Is there any way I can persuade you to let me on your ship?
Is there any way I can persuade you to go away?
Give us permission to board your ship and it will go away. That works.
I'll see you around, Captain.
All right. That way you never called him the wrong name. Smart. That actually would be smart. When fooling around with one, you would never call the wrong name, indeed.
The golem was loading wine barrels onto the cart, calmly and diligently. I would have pitied it, but there didn't seem much point. It was just magically animated clay. The cart was being loaded with barrels of wine. Apart from the wine, I can't say I was interested. A good-looking crowbar. It looked like it had a good heft, too. I figured the golem wouldn't notice that the crowbar had gone missing. Not that I'm saying it didn't need it, just that I'd figured I'd get away with stealing it.
Well, you could say that you aren't stealing it, you're just borrowing it for a while. And also forget to return it. Moide on the Mississippi. Ah, the sailor is gone.
I couldn't tell what the crates contained, and frankly, outgoing cargo was. I needed to know whether Mundy had brought something with him. Perhaps the single crate would be a better choice. A crate. What more could I say?
You could say it's a great crate. It's a crappy crate. Or it's just a very simple, non-descriptive crate.
The crates on the wharf were built on a large frame, sturdy and thick. I didn't much like being jammed into a crate and loaded onto the ship, but I could think of worse fates. Like being jammed into a crate full of rats and loaded onto the ship. What's your name then, little fellow?
What's your name then,
The
little
hole
fellow?
was dark and dank, and I couldn't shake the feeling that I wasn't alone.
Crate freight makes me irate. I guess that is my fate.
The hold was full of crates for the outgoing voyage. They were of little interest to me. The bilge water was littered with flotsam that looked like the remains of a smashed crate. I thought I could see a label amongst the wreckage. I pulled the label out of the wreckage. It had writing on it that I couldn't understand. I'd pulled the label out of the flotsam in the bilge water of the Milka. It looked lived in. The question was, by what?
And also, it really shows that the Milka is not very much seaworthy anymore if their whole hold is, like...
We will need a lot more help before we're through.
Not filled, but it's got a lot of water in there. And all the cargo is just floating around. Hey, Specky.
There was nothing of value in the debris.
Are you sure about that?
I didn't think there was much I could do with the debris.
Alright. Ah, that led me back in here. Alright. Let's hear his description of the River Ankh.
The River Ankh, the mighty river which gave Ankh-Morpork its characteristic stench. Even before it entered the city, it was already slow and heavy with the silt of the snow plains. By the time it reached the seaward side, even an agnostic could walk across it. A bunk bed like any other. A perfectly ordinary bunk bed. There were some strange scratches on the bedpost, which looked as if they'd been caused by either a wild animal or a man with very bad dental hygiene. What they meant was anyone's guess. I wasn't about to tear the bedpost off the bed. I searched a bunk and found a small scrap of cardboard. It could have been anything. There was a number on the back. Either a 6 or a 9. It was hard to say. I searched one of the bunks, but found nothing useful, and nothing I wanted to think too closely about.
All right.
I'd managed to remain hidden on the ship, but I knew my luck couldn't last forever, because I'd stopped being lucky around age 12. The first mate looked less than happy, but I don't think he saw who I was as I dived in elegantly onto the Ankh. Fortunately, the crust of the Ankh was
Onto
solid
the Ankh, not into.
and I escaped both injury and discovery, although I needed 2 baths just to feel dirty.
Needed 2 baths to feel dirty. Oof. That's how bad the river is. That even when you take a bath, you're still dirty.
Hello again.
Hello yourself.
I didn't want to show Captain Jenkins anything that might give away the fact that I'd been aboard his ship.
Good point. So,
I'll see you around, Captain.
actually you won't.
Hello, Lewton.
How's it going, Nobby?
Mustn't grumble, I suppose.
Can you read this?
Can't this wait till I get back to the yard? I'm off duty.
Fine.
I'll catch you later, Nobby. Don't do anything
Well, then do business at business time.
I decided not to disturb Samael while he was working. Still here?
Not for much longer, I hope.
I decided it wasn't a good...
Hey, Astrial.
Well, safe voyage, if that's possible. Something...
Where can we go other than the wharf? Oh, we have a visitor.
On an ordinary night, I'd sit around waiting for business. But this night, business was coming to me, and bringing trouble with it.
Are you the
Business, I didn't mind. But trouble was an unwelcome guest. And like all unwelcome guests, it was hard to ask it to leave. And by the 3rd day, it was generally wearing your shirts and leaving its stuff in your bathroom.
Hello, Mr. Lewton. I've been expecting you.
I should hope so. This is my office. How'd you get in?
Through the door. It was only locked. I know all about doors.
Good. Use this one to get out.
I have a message for you, Mr. Lewton.
I don't take messages from strangers.
Then let me introduce myself. My name is Mr. Al-Khali.
I don't take messages from dwarves named after cities.
My name isn't important.
You seem to think it was.
I've come to warn you to stay clear of the Mundy case.
I'll bear that in mind. Now get out.
If you don't stay clear of the Mundy case, something untoward may happen to you.
This is Ankh-Morpork. Something untoward may happen to me whether I investigate this case or not. Now either you get out or I'll throw you out.
Don't say I didn't warn you, Mr. Lewton.
Don't say I didn't ignore you, Mr. Alkali.
There, thrown
a
out.
dwarf named after the Klatchian city of Alkali. And a threat. This case was getting more interesting by the minute. All we needed was a troll and a member of the undead, and we could open an ethnic comedy on Broadway.
I mean, you already got the vampire pianist. And also something untoward has happened to him already. He had to jump into the freaking river. Our longest day in the summertime, which is the summer solstice, or whatever you call it, we get only 3 hours of darkness, or maybe just 2. In Lapland, barely even an hour. So the more north you go, the brighter it stays. So, yeah. I think it's about 2 hours of darkness that we get, so there's barely a night. During the summer, the more north you go, the brighter it stays in the summertime. I mean, because the Earth is slanted like this, and we tilt. That's why during the winter time, our day has barely any light, and during summer, our nights have barely any darkness. You know, probably the longest day should be like in the end of... Well, there's somewhere in June, I think.
Still here?
Not for much longer, I hope.
Let's see if we can ask about this Alkali.
I gave the description of Alkali to the first mate, and he recognized it.
Yeah, that's the dwarf who was asking about Monday before. Strange little fellow.
A word of advice. Don't use phrases like strange little fellow when you're talking about dwarves. Especially not drunken dwarves, or dwarves like Alkali who seem to think they're invulnerable.
Or dwarves named Carrot. Because he's the tallest dwarf.
Well, safe voyage, if that's possible.
Well, thanks for highlighting your message of spending points. It's a good way to spend the points, telling us that, hey, you spent points. I should do that on somebody else's stream, like, I have spent points, see? Just highlight your message. I've never heard of Copycat before. I know many other kitty cat games, but not Copycat.
Hello again.
Hello yourself.
What do you know about a dwarf named Alkali?
There's no one I know.
He's of no help anymore.
Hello, Lewton.
How's it going, Nobby?
Mustn't grumble, I suppose.
Thank you, Spiteful Frog. What have I done?
What do you know about a dwarf named Al-Kali?
I'm not getting dropped. Wait.
How am I gonna get you to go
I'll catch you later. Don't
back to
well,
duty?
I dis-
Hey, my points are not meaningless. I got good fun stuff there to use the points for. I made sure that they're fun. I mean, I know that there's a lot of streamers that don't even use the points, that they completely disable them, or if they haven't, they only have like the highlight the message or open an emote or the third one, which is the customize. There, you happy? No, because I ran out of drink. The one that you used, I cannot do. There's nothing in here anymore. I got no drink. I mean, I'll get the drink later. Who could we ask and what? I can't remember where we could go. Like, there aren't that many people to talk with.
The first mates didn't look particularly willing to let people aboard.
Especially now that he's seen you snooping around. There are no other places to go to except the office, the cafe, and the wharf.
I'm the video game boy. I'm the one who wins.
Yeah, I should be winning right now.
Fuck.
Maybe I need to go to the cellar.
There was no use trying to talk to the golem. It couldn't speak. I guess I never really noticed that the Cafe Ankh had a wine cellar before. Perhaps if they'd run out of drinks at the bar, I'd have been more inclined to investigate. I knew full well that I wouldn't be able to get down there without permission and the right key.
Well, we don't need for a permission, and I'm sure we have the right key.
You can't go around jimmying every door open just because you can. Besides, I liked Samael, and I drew the line at breaking into the cafe's wine cellar without his permission.
Well, at least now we know. Let's go talk to Samael.
I decided not to disturb Samael while he was working.
Stop playing the piano and talk to me. You're the only one I haven't really talked to.
I suppressed the urge to get myself a drink, although I could really have used one.
You and me both, Lewton, and I don't even drink. No, don't worry, they used that same joke in Animaniacs. Also, if people are wondering why Zelda is not on voice chat to commentate for this game, he's not around. He did say that he's busy today.
I decided not.
He's looping.
I could talk to Samael later, when he wasn't so busy. The dwarf had tried to threaten me off the Mundy case. I knew right from the start that he knew more than he was telling me. The first mate hadn't been able to tell me much about the other passengers on the Milka, but he did know that there was something distinctly foreign about one of them. Beautiful, seductive, and dangerous. Carlotta was worth a stare. She was trouble. The Milka was the tramp schooner that Mundy had come in on, and I knew it was berthed at the wharf. Carlotta had hired me to track down Mundy. At the beginning, that was pretty much all I knew about him.
I can't think of anywhere where I could go or what I could do. I'm at the beginning of the game, I'm already stuck. They remember this being this difficult. The music in the game is awesome. Just anywhere. It's got a great film noir soundtrack.
I think we could safely say that the door to my office was just for getting in and out of my office.
I can play the piano. Not really well, but I had classes and all to play the piano, so I know tiny bit of music. I would have thought that Al-Khali would have left something here for us, but there's nothing here. I mean, as far as I remember, the game is not that much of a pixel hunting game. Everything's pretty obvious on what you can interact with or pick up. I've actually never seen the movie The Piano.
I could hardly carry the sapient It's a nice day.
If there was nothing in the office, maybe there's something new in the wharf. Ah, The sailor is gone, which means that I can go back on the boat if I need to. I got a feeling there's something with the lair that I should... Oh. I can't get back on the ship. I can't interact with the crate. So I did get everything from the ship. No worries about that then, but there's something else here. You know what the... I mean, I'm gonna allow it, but you wanna know what the Odo mod is saying about that link? I mean, that's there's the official video of the song, but you wanna know why it Odo modded it? For some reason, it thought it was hatred towards women. Odo mod, that is just a link at the end. It's a harmless YouTube link. Why did it think that the end of it was like, oh, this is a hate on women? No. It's like, what? Twitch Odo mod is weird, man. Doing all these kind of weird shit on its own. No, it was the Odo mods, the text. So the link after the question mark, that text apparently to Odo mod was, no, it's about hating women. Maybe the AI has learned to be me and distrust all loves. No, the Odo mod only focuses on the text. It's never about the content. It doesn't check where it leads to.
Along the length of the wharf were hundreds of posts for mooring ships to. It seemed like a lot of bollards to me.
Ha 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 ha.
What did I need bollards for? It wasn't like I could move them anyway.
I mean, you could become a ship. It's never done it before, Spiteful Frog. That's why it was so weird. Like, it's never done that to a link to YouTube videos. Bats. The movie is about a woman who is slightly oppressed for a bit. Just a bit. She falls in love with the guy who oppresses her, though, I know correctly. I could very well be wrong. It's about a woman who is mute and can't play her piano. I know that. Yeah, I kind of know what the movie is about. But it's not even a theory, Gabriel. I know that the Odo mod only goes for the text that it sees. I don't think it's ever before has never like Odo modded a link. Or it got updated. Maybe, but still, it's a soundtrack from a movie, a well-known and appreciated movie. I mean, the piano was, when it came out, it was highly reviewed. So, who knows? And if you're wondering why I'm not playing the game, I'm looking at hints. At least I hope they have hints here, because I need one. Yep, exactly, Gabriel, exactly. It's just Twitch being overprotective and stupid. So apparently I haven't talked to Nobby enough.
Hello, Lewton. How's it going, Nobby? Mustn't grumble. How you been keeping? How's the Not so. Been working. How is No. No. What's Vine? They made, and we got a great new premises. They're full of painting. Well, I'll have. Yeah, that'll be. We got a lot and life in the. I mean, whatever you. I can't say. I guess I never really me. Miss. I just. Well,
I mean, we gone through all this conversation.
Yeah. What do you know? I'm not getting drunk. Wait till I'm back at the yard. What? I'm not getting. Wait.
And you're gonna need to give me the location of the yard.
Do you know? I'm not getting. Wait. Have you hit a. How long? 3 days.
Ah.
That's strange. Why? Well, there's been a string of odd murders in the last 3 days. What do you mean, odd? I mean, this is Ankh-Morpork we're talking about. I'm not sure I should discuss the details with a pavilion. A civilian, Nobby. How much have you had to drink? I'm as sober as the day I was born. That's a frightening thought.
There, a new location. Finally.
Since that was who I'd learned about that from in the first place, I didn't feel I had much to gain by going over old ground.
I'll catch you later, Nobby. Don't do anything I wouldn't do.
There we go.
The headquarters of the Watch at Pseudopolis Yard. I headed over to Pseudopolis Yard, but Nobby wasn't there yet. I decided to come back later. Still here.
Not for much.
Do you know anything about the recent murders in Ankh-Morpork?
Sorry, I wouldn't know anything about that.
Well, safe voyage, if that's possible.
Ah, now he's gone. Now we can go talk to Nobby. Pseudopolis Yard. Not much to look at here.
There was an ordinary bell on the reception desk. There was something about it that really made you want to strike it. I really wanted to ring the bell, but given that Nobby was right in front of me, it would just have wound him up. I really wanted...
Damn it. Play it.
You could say this about Nobby. Deep down, he was a good man. Well, deep down, he was probably a man. Good might be stretching it a bit.
So he is kind of a probably good maybe man or something.
Hello again, Nobby.
Hello, Lewton.
Did I disturb you?
No. What made you think that?
Well, there appears to be smoke coming from your ear.
Oh, that, well, I've been working hard, you see.
Working so hard that your ears have caught fire.
Basically his
Don't worry
brain.
about it, Nobby. It's not like I'm going to report you.
I have been working, see?
Oh, sure. I never doubted it for a second. How's work treating you then?
Not so bad, Lewton. I've been busy, though. Rushed off my feet.
Yeah, I can tell.
Yeah, especially in the cafe.
Do you know anything about a man named Mundy?
Never heard of him.
What do you know about a woman named Carlotta?
Never heard of him.
Thought so.
Do you know anything about some passengers that
Hey,
came into
Udamitos.
town by ship a few days ago?
That's not much to go on.
You're a corporal in the watch. You're supposed to have a keen, insightful mind.
They brought that regulation in after I joined.
Nice to see this game. It's kind of rare, I think. Not really. My friend and I had this game back in the day. It was the only Discworld game that we actually played. It's a good one. It's really funny.
Do you know a dwarf by the name of Al Kali?
Never heard of him.
How did you know he was male then?
You can't trick me. Everyone knows dwarves don't use the female pronoun.
Okay.
Mind you, I've always wondered what a female pronoun was.
One of nature's wonderful mysteries, Nobby.
Is it normally kept covered or what?
I'm going to leave it to your rather uninventive imagination, Nobby.
Dwarves don't use the female pronoun? I mean, the female dwarves also have beards. But in Discworld 2, there was that... There was that the dwarf lady with the props, and she said that she was a female. Dwarves can't reach the nouns. Ayo!
Any word on these murders?
Nothing yet, but our top investigators are working on the case 24 hours a day.
Nobby?
Yeah?
Are you one of those crack investigators?
Yeah? Why?
Never mind. Just a thought.
What do you make of the fact that full screen Wolfen 3D is 20 FPS, but if you run in windowed mode in-game, it goes at more like 30 FPS, completely unrelated to the current game, but I wanted to ask. I don't give a shit. I've never worried about the FPS. Even most modern games, I always make them that they are at 60 FPS maximum. Because I don't care. I could play a game at 30 FPS. All the people will be going like, it looked like shit. I'm like, I'm playing the game. I'm enjoying it. I mean, exactly. I don't give a shit. Graphics are the least important thing for me in games. Today, it's too much about, oh, this game looks great. This game looks like shit. It must be a shitty game. It's like, no, it is not. The graphics that makes the game great. I've said this for years and I still defend that.
Can you read this?
Give me a break, Lewton. I don't know everything.
Does this mean anything to you?
No.
Catch you later, Nobby.
Well,
The troll stepped out of the shadows like light was too intimidated to illuminate him. He seemed like the quiet sort, but you got the feeling that if you stepped out of line, you'd get your teeth kicked down your throat. For that matter, he could kick your throat down your chest and your chest through your legs. But I was hoping it wouldn't come to that, because none of my clothes would fit.
Find Therma.
Sorry, friend, I don't understand.
Find Therma.
You want me to find Therma? Is that it? Well, what is it? A person? A thing? Look, if we're going to carry out a conversation, it'd help for you to talk.
Find Therma.
Okay, find Therma. What's your name, friend? There was something about a troll that big that made you want to call him friend.
Malachite. Find Therma. You've got to find her.
I wasn't about to argue with a troll that could twist my head off and use it as a cocktail onion. Okay, friend, what can you tell me about her? Any suggestions of where I should start looking?
Used to sing at the Octarine Parrot. Find Therma. Got to find Therma.
How can I contact you?
Find Therma.
That was all he said. I guess he wasn't very bright. But then there's things under damp logs that are brighter than most trolls.
although you would think that he would be a lot brighter because it's raining constantly and it usually gets cold, and then when it's colder, they get smarter. So it's kind of weird that he is this dumb. Unless Malachite is a special case of a troll. I'm not gonna kill him because he's dumb. He's a troll. If I tried to even poke at him, just for funsies, he would break me in half. You don't mess with trolls in Discworld, Austrial, because they will kill you with a sneeze. They just sneeze and you're in pieces.
The Octarine Parrot. I'd heard of the Octarine Parrot. It made other dives sound appealing. What a place. I could feel the rats in the walls. Hell, I could see the rats in the walls.
Young blood
It's like
disease.
some of them had come out of the walls and were sitting at the tables.
Mannequin has the young blood disease. Marble feet?
The stage, where performers go up in front of a drunken crowd and sell their dignity to earn enough money to barely live on. It made me think that all the discs a stage and all the people players. Unfortunately, I felt like I'd been cast as an extra in my own life story.
Lewton, stop being stuck.
I couldn't imagine who would pay attention to the notices in a seedy dive like the Parrot, but I guess they were of interest to someone. Come and see the greatest historical tragedy ever told, Antilogy and Cleffatara, Hwell's masterpiece as 'twas meant to be performed by actors.
Thespians?
Eat at Harga's House of Ribs. All you can gobble for $1.
Harga's House of
menu
Ribs.
Available. Famous wherever huge appetites gather and mountainous stomachs rumble.
That's one he mentioned when he was talking with Nobby.
The amazing panacea that cures all known ills. Cut me own throat Dibbler's genuine authentic soggy Mountain Dew. Guaranteed to cure all problems or your money back. Ah, there's some small print. Guarantee will not be honored.
Huh. But also, it's Mountain Dew, I'll take it.
Come and see the greatest
It's just 3 notes.
The bar looked almost as appealing as every other bar in town to me. But the drinks didn't exactly fill you with confidence. The bartender was a half-elf called Mankin, and I knew he wouldn't appreciate someone coming into his place and asking questions. Fortunately, I didn't care what he appreciated.
With sogginess. That's how it's soggy. It's soggy with sogginess. I mean, it's Mountain Dew, so it should be soggy. Oh, this game is filled with references to the books in Unimitals. Not really sure if the game is based on any of the books, per se. Like the first and the second game were based on some of the books. But this one, it's a completely different kind of a thing, but it has lots of references at least. I don't remember if he is the one who created Lewton for this game, because Lewton is a totally original character for the game. He's not anywhere in the books. I don't think it was Terry Pratchett who created Lewton, but Terry Pratchett still had his hands on this game as well, like helping out with the references and the characters and such.
Can I help you?
You could sell me a drink.
What's your poison?
I'd prefer whiskey, straight with a whiskey chaser.
You didn't come here to drink, did you?
Well, I didn't come here for the sparkling conversation. Most of the customers go squeak, squeak.
Like I said, Unimitous, he is not in the books, he's a completely created character for the game. Lewton doesn't exist anywhere in the books.
This seems like a nice place.
No, it doesn't. It seems like what it is. A wretched hive of scum and villainy.
It's
Hey,
tough to get to the top in that field. You
That's
could
Mos
have it on
Eisley.
a sign outside. Come to the Octarine Parrot, the most wretched hive of scum and villainy this side of the Ankh.
Are you being funny?
Apparently not.
You look a little nervous.
I can't shake the feeling that sooner or later someone is going to get their arm cut off.
yeah, if you keep referencing Star Wars, they will. Hey, Zampact. Still, it's a shame that Zelda is not here.
Have you always owned the parrot?
No. It used to be a troll bar. I took over the place after the riots.
Did you keep any of the staff?
Sure, I kept anyone who wanted to stay, and wasn't too badly injured by the riots. But there's something about a group of rioting trolls that makes people reluctant to walk back into a place.
Or indeed unable? Did you keep any singers on the staff?
Only Sapphire.
It's not often I see a half-elf bartender.
Be honest, it's not often you see a half-elf.
Okay, you got me.
What's the deal? I don't like to talk about it. I thought elves were supposed to be irrepressibly likable, so that they can get away with whatever acts of cruelty they want. Like cats. Well, I'm not an elf, all right? That's the problem, isn't it? Everyone can see that you've got elf blood in you, but you've got none of the advantages. All you get is people's prejudice. I don't like your manner. I'm not selling it. Tell me about Sapphire. Why don't you just talk to her yourself? Just don't bother her while she's working, all right?
He's read all the books. He's been as a guest star with all the Discworld games. So because he knows about it, that I've learned so much about the Discworld lore from him. All the characters and Discworld in general. That's why I was hoping that he would be here today, but he did say that he's busy. He might come around maybe after so much. We'll see.
I gave Mencken Mundy's description and asked if he'd seen him. He told me that he hadn't. Maybe I could trust him. A half-elf doesn't need to make any more enemies. What do you know about a woman named Carlotta? I know a lot of people. That doesn't mean I want to talk about them with you. Have you seen two strangers recently? Anyone who seemed more foreign than most? No.
No. No.
What do you know about a dwarf named Al-Kali? I know a lot of people. That doesn't mean I want to talk about them with you. Do you know of a troll who goes by the name of Malachite? Tall, terse, and dense, in both senses of the word. Might have been one of the customers from when this used to be a troll bar, but I wouldn't know him if he was. Do you know someone named Therma? She used to sing here. That'd be before my time. Sapphire might know. She knew all the troll singers from back before I took over the parrot. Do you only what you're about? You're not very helpful, are you? Just because I don't want to help you doesn't mean I'm not helpful generically. Say, I do like your hard-boiled dialogue. How long do you boil it? About 12 minutes from when the water begins to bubble.
That is really hard-boiled dialogue.
Can you read this? Nope. Does this mean anything to you? A tiny piece of cardboard? It means you got far too much time on your hands. Until later, Mencken.
Yeah, we got Burger King. We got Burger King, Taco Bell, KFC. They only just, like Taco Bell and KFC and Burger King, they only just arrived here only a couple of years ago. If I would go back in time 6 years, we wouldn't have them. Yep, Taco Bell arrived in 2021 or 2, around that time. I've only been to it twice. It's fine, just not my kind of food.
The troll singer was something else. I didn't know what, but she was something.
I mean, it is my kind of food, but I just don't go for it. But if I wanted to, I would. Leppävaara. It's close to where I live, Junavitus.
Can we talk?
Certainly look that way. Move mouth, waggle tongue. Yeah, it all working.
My name's Lewton.
Sapphire.
I could already tell that Sapphire was a troll who could look after herself. I knew I'd have to watch my step around her. It was quite a long way round her, too, and not the pretty way.
Has Burger King been around that long? I guess it only got more popularized in the recent years. Because I don't remember Burger King being in the 80s. Well, maybe here in Espoo it only arrived in the recent years.
You been a singer here long?
Long enough.
Long enough for what?
Long enough to want to be singing somewhere else.
Tell me about yourself.
I'd tell you about myself in 4 words. Big ideas, small results.
Why did you become a singer?
Aren't many jobs for a troll like me. And at least this one honest.
Is honesty important to you?
As much as anything else.
I'm guessing nothing much matters to you right now, Sapphire.
You catch on quick, Lewton.
They were opened in 1982, but then closed in 85, and we had Carol's. So Carol's, I remember. I went there as a kid many times. So yeah, Burger King returned, only in the recent years. And it's still not the most popular place. I mean, when I go to order, if I go to order fast food, or at least go to the place where I can order food and everything, when I look at the reviews for all the places, McDonald's, KFC, Taco Bell, and Burger King, compared to everything else that with burgers, yeah, Burger King is like at the bottom of the list. Hey, Yosicle.
What do you know about the barman?
Mankin? Not much. Know that him a bigger loser than me.
How come?
He owns this place. At least Sapphire leave if Sapphire wants to.
Why don't you leave?
Where would I go? No place on disc for a troll like me. Spend our whole lives waiting for break. Just one chance to come our way that can seize in both hands tightly. But it never come. Or if it do, we don't recognize it. So we go back to grind of job we hate. And just keep on ticking each day, one step closer to end.
Do you do children's parties? Good to see you again, Sapphire.
Feelings neutral, I'm sure.
Feelings neutral.
I don't suppose you'd know a big troll called Malachite.
Sure, he troll a few words, 'cause he don't know that many.
Do you know where I could find him?
Sapphire not seen him in years, but you try Rodin's workshop. He used to hang out there.
Have you heard of a troll singer named Therma? She used to work here.
Huh, a troll singer named Therma.
What's so funny?
Nothing. Sure, Sapphire know her.
Know where I could find her?
Try morgue. She dead. Her house on Tallow Street collapsed while back now. We trolls may be tough, but we're not indestructible. Rumors say she was practicing her moves and knocked out load-bearing beam. Brought whole place down on top of her. That's why Sapphire never practiced.
That's the only reason.
That, and I don't wanna.
Know where she's buried?
Sapphire don't know, but think they buried her under stage name Madame Lodestone.
Madame Lodestone?
Sure, on account of how attractive she was.
So you're calling yourself Sapphire to how attractive you are.
So Therma performed here under the name Madame Lodestone.
Who are you, the narrator? I told you that already.
Word is there's been a lot of strange murders recently.
Wouldn't surprise me.
Why not?
There are a lot of strange people in this city.
As long as the murders are not committed by a dragon. Otherwise we would be in real trouble.
What do you know about a woman named Carlotta?
Sapphire know a lot of people, but don't know everyone, mister.
Have you seen two strangers recently? Anyone who seemed more foreign than most?
Ask too many questions and a girl loses interest.
What do you know about a dwarf named Al-Kali?
Sapphire know a lot of people, but don't know everyone, mister.
I gave Sapphire Mundy's description in the hope that she'd seen him around.
Don't ring no bells, honey, but that don't mean much. We get lots of humans through here, and they all look the same to me.
Of course.
Do you know anything about the Milka?
Ask too many questions and a girl loses interest.
Well, I'm not interested in you that way.
Can you read this?
Ask too many questions.
Does this mean anything to you?
Ask too many.
I'm not asking many questions, I'm showing you an item.
I'll be back.
No, you should be saying it, I'll be back.
Rodan's workshop. At first glance, Rodan looked like a typical sculptor. On closer examination, I decided he was much less. All I knew about the statue was that it was a work in progress.
Makes you wonder, what is he making a statue of? And also, how the hell does this contraption work?
You wouldn't happen to be Rodan, would you?
Ah, I know that one.
Oh, yeah, he is much less.
Oh, it's on the tip of my tongue.
Take your time.
Yes. Yes, I think I am Rodan. How can I be sure?
Beats me. I had a note from my mother the day they did philosophy at school.
You must conceive form in depth.
Why?
Do you know, I don't remember.
It figures.
What do you make of this?
I stared at the statue he was working on. Face to face with art, we shuffle our feet and apologize. We say, I don't know much about art, but I know what I like. Well, most people do. I can't even say I know what I like. But that's not the point. The point is that if knowing what you like is good enough for shoes and drinks and women, what's wrong with applying the same rule to art? I guess people don't like to look stupid. Personally, I think art's for guys who couldn't do basic maths.
Do you like it?
Well, I don't know much about art. Sometimes I could be such a coward.
Hey, Lord John.
So you're a sculptor, then?
Yes. Yes? I'm reasonably sure I am. Something like that, anyway.
Why do I get the feeling that you aren't going to be much good at small talk?
Or any talk, at this rate.
Can you read this?
I really don't think I know anything about that.
Does this mean anything to you?
No.
Ooh. That's familiar.
Rodan wasn't good at remembering details like his name or my name or what year it was.
I hate to do this, but we have to.
Do you know anything about a man named Mundy?
Yeah. Where do I know that name from?
It wasn't hard to lose patience with Rodan. Every day probably took him by complete surprise.
I'm sure that when he wakes up, he wonders where he is, who he is, why he is.
Do you know a troll named Malachite?
Malachite. Malachite. It sounds familiar.
In your own time.
I think he works for me. Or he did work for me. No, I think he must still work for me. Look, there he is over there.
Where?
Do you know anyone named
Oh,
Thurma?
there he is. I see him.
Yeah.
It wasn't hard every day.
I'll leave you to it.
I guess you'd better get back to your work.
There he is. He's in the background. Really blends in with all the statues, doesn't he?
Malachite was the biggest troll I'd ever seen. Actually, Malachite was the biggest living thing I'd ever seen, and possibly the dumbest, too.
Rodan and Malachite are a match made in heaven. Only. Definitely not a match at Discworld.
You're a tough troll to find, Malachite.
Not really.
You could say something.
Something.
Okay, so I'll do the talking. So how you been keeping, Malachite? Okay, I guess you don't want to talk about that. This where you're staying at the moment? I guess you're not going to talk about that either. Heard any good jokes recently? How many trolls does it take to change a lamp wick? Want me to give you a clue? It'd be really useful if you could tell me something about Thurma that I could use to find her.
Find Thurma.
Find Thurma.
Yes, I know that part.
I
but
think
need
that's the
some
only part you're
leads if
gonna
I'm
know.
going to find her.
Find Thurma.
Malachite wasn't being very helpful, but he was tall and threatening, so I guess everyone has something going for them. I hate to be the bearer of bad news, but I think Thurma might be dead. Her house collapsed. She's been gone a while. Are you going to say something?
Need to see the body.
The body?
Find Thurma. Need to see body.
Okay, the body. No problem. Sheesh.
Always a pleasure talking at you, Malachite.
Yeah, not talking with you, talking at you.
For some reason, there was a grappling iron on the floor near Malachite. I couldn't have been more interested in it, even if it had plot device written across it in large letters. I don't know why I thought stealing the grapple would be easier than talking to Malachite. It wasn't.
So we need to get rid of Malachite then. Let's go find the Thermos body. Now we need to know where the graveyard is.
Hello again. Hello. Have you ever heard of a troll by the name of Madame Lodestone? Madame Lodestone? Oh, there's a name I've not heard in quite a while. You know her then? Well, no, but I've heard of her. She died in some sort of construction mishap. A mishap, Nobby. Whatever. Anyway, if memory serves, they put her body in the Salachi Mausoleum. Don't know how she ended up in such an exclusive establishment, but that's how I heard it. That doesn't sound very likely. You did ask. Catch you later, Nobby. Like measles, maybe. Or athlete's foot. The Salachi family mausoleum was one of the most beautiful buildings I'd ever seen, nestled in an upmarket part of the city of Ankh. It was unguarded because, quite frankly, no one in their right mind would do anything to offend the Salachi family, given their ties to the Assassin's Guild. It wasn't just something that wasn't done, it was also something that wasn't survived.
Yes.
The central atrium of the mausoleum opened up so that you could see the sky. I guess on some nights it must have been quite a beautiful sight. But this wasn't one of those nights.
No, I'm actually more amazed that we can actually see the starry sky. Where are the clouds? Where's this rain coming from? Are the elephants throwing up the water into the air? How does this work?
The Salachi family mausoleum was full of tombs. More chambers, annexes, vaults, sepulchres, and catacombs than a thesaurus. I tried to find Therma's grave, but it was a waste of time. You'd need to be an expert in heraldry or genealogy to even begin to navigate around it. I'll say this for the nobility. They keep their dead well indexed.
Where could we go and ask about this?
The Salachi family mausoleum.
Oi, Nobby.
Hello again.
Hello.
Hello. You wouldn't happen to know your way around the Salachi family mausoleum by any chance? Give me a break, Lewton. I don't know everything.
Well, he's still playing the piano.
Hello again, Malachite. No, don't say anything. I know how you'd love to talk, but I'd hate for you to wear out that beautiful voice of yours. Do you know anything about the Salachi Mausoleum? Hello? Hello? Maybe this is a time to take no reply for an answer. Always a pleasure talking at you, Malachite.
I don't think it's useful to talk to Rodan about this. I should. Just to see
Hello
if he has actually anything to say.
Do I know you?
Here we go again. Can you tell me anything about the Salachi Mausoleum?
The mausoleum.
Mm.
The place where the Salachi family bury their dead. The site of burial. The center of internment. The dominant plane, clearly indicated, form directed towards you, all life surging from a center, expanding from within outwards.
Can you tell me anything about the mausoleum?
No, sorry.
Thanks for wasting our time.
Have you heard of a troll named Madame Lodestone?
Madame Lodestone, the fount of all relief.
Ooh.
Relief. Relief to be observed and not outlined. Relief tours determination. That's the main thing. To hope, tremble, to be drunk. It's a man's life in the Imperial Artists.
You're not making any sense.
Sorry.
I knew it was a bad idea to talk to him.
Get back to your work.
Rambles on about nothing. All about nothing. Philosophitis. No unwelcome guests. Yep.
I'm back, so I can see. You wouldn't happen to know your way around the Salachi family mausoleum by any chance? Nope. Heard of a troll singer named Madame Lodestone? Sooner or later, you're gonna get tired of me telling you to talk to Sapphire.
I think I'm there already. Thanks.
Until later, Mankin. There was nothing I could do with the stage other
Favorite
than be
slab.
glad I didn't have to perform on it.
Favorite slab of quality granite. He's rock hard, skinned like sandpaper. Well, trolls are made of stone, so...
Good to see you again, Sapphire.
Feelings neutral, I'm sure.
You wouldn't happen to know your way around the Salachi family mausoleum by any chance?
Wouldn't know anything about that.
What's the connection between Malachite and Therma?
How would Sapphire know? Ask him yourself. Oh, but one piece of advice. Don't tell Malachite that Therma dead.
Why not?
You wouldn't want to be bearer of bad news to troll like that.
He's not above killing the messenger, then.
He's not above eating the messenger, honey.
I didn't think trolls could digest human flesh.
Right, it make them ill. That make you feel better?
Not really.
I'll be back.
I mean, it won't stop him from eating us. He'll just regurgitate us out. And also, and I'm not mentioning to him that she might be dead.
Hello again, Malik. No,
Too late for that.
So how you been keeping, Malachite? Okay, I guess you don't want to talk about that. This where you're staying at the moment? How want me to give? Always. Still here? Have you heard of a singer named Madame Lodestone?
Doesn't ring any bells, I'm afraid.
You wouldn't happen to know your way around the Salaci family mausoleum by any chance?
Sorry, I wouldn't know anything about that.
Well.
Well, safe voyage, if that's possible.
Where could we find information about the mausoleum? I mean, you would have thought that we would find her easily, knowing her stage name, if she's buried under that name. But apparently that's not the case.
Hello again.
Hello.
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 Have you heard of a singer called Therma? Never heard of her.
So how do I get into the mausoleum? Yeah, Carlotta would be the only way to get in there because she's nobility. But how do I get to find her? It's not like I can find her, she'll find me. There's someone new? No. Sometimes Carlotta is here. I remember that we have a discussion with her over here. Not today, though, so... What am I missing? I love it on the hint system here with going to Rodan's workshop. But the first question is, do I have to talk to Rodan? Makes sense, because why would you want to? He's got nothing to say. Apparently I missed out on a topic with Nubby. I thought I had talked to him about everything.
Hello again.
Hello.
I don't suppose you've investigated the passengers on the Milka, have you?
Of course I have.
Sorry, but you're not the
Okay,
most, diligent of investigators.
I work as hard as any man of my rank.
You're the only man of your rank. There's 3 dwarfs, 2 troll, a woman and a zombie with the same rank as you, but you're the only human male. I know you're human because you carry a bit of paper to prove it, signed by the midwife. The maleness, I'll take that on trust.
Do you want me to help you or not?
What have you got?
Well, I interviewed one of the passengers.
What did you learn?
That's official watch business.
You didn't learn anything, did you?
Not as such, no.
Any chance I could interview this passenger?
I don't see why not. She's down in the Cafe Ankh now.
Well, that's something, I guess.
Alright. Now we can go there. Meet with this mysterious woman. Oh, he's playing the song that Lewton hates.
You can't recall if the whiskey knocked you flat, or if
I thought I told you never to Ilsa. I thought I would never see her again. I prayed that I'd never see her again. But either the gods didn't listen, or they were having a laugh at my expense. Knowing the gods of the Discworld, I had a pretty good idea which. Play it again, Sam.
There it is. The misquote.
You know what? No one's ever going to believe you said that. Hello, Ilsa. How long's it been?
Too long.
That's funny. I was thinking that it wasn't long enough.
Aren't you pleased to see me?
Sure. Like a jellyfish praying for the tide to come in.
What's that supposed to mean?
If I always knew what I meant, I'd be a genius.
Back then, you always knew what to say.
I still know what to say. I just choose not to.
You're getting a big kick out of making me feel cheap, aren't you? Well, maybe I had it coming.
Hey, don't take my side. You'll take all the fun out of it.
Welcome to Casablanca, everybody.
I spent years rehearsing what I'd say if I saw you again. What I'd ask you. I tried to imagine what you'd say.
But now I'm here. You can't think of anything to say?
Now you're here, and I just want to slap you. Just once. Across the cheek.
What will that prove?
That I still haven't forgiven you.
You're not making this easy, Lewton.
Did you think I would? Did you think I'd just come bouncing up to you like a trained puppy? Maybe I'd wag my tail and wait for you to throw me a stick. Well, I'm never going to be another woman's dog for as long as I live.
That's cruel.
Not as cruel as the day you left me.
Well, she broke his heart.
What made you ask for that song?
I was feeling sentimental.
It's good to know that you still remember me.
How could I forget?
I don't know. But you managed to leave. I figured you'd probably manage to forget as well.
Never.
I tried to forget you. I tried to forget the day you left. I tried to forget the good times. I tried to drown your memory in cheap whiskey.
And did you forget?
I don't remember.
I still remember you. That's what the song means to me. It's everything that's good about our time together.
You got lucky, Elsa. You got all the good memories, and I got all the bad.
It didn't have to be like that.
It's always like that.
And did you forget? I don't remember. I mean, it's Terry Pratchett writing. It's all about wordplay.
I suppose you have some explanation for what you did. Some pat excuse that'll make everything all right.
Me too.
There's
I
no
love it.
excuse for what I did.
At least we agree on one thing.
Why do you hate me so much?
Because I had everything when I had you. And when you left, you took everything with you. It's easy to hate someone who took it all away from you.
It hurts to hear you talk like this.
Good.
Damn. He's harsh.
So, you came in on the Milka, did you?
Yes.
Alone?
No, I came with a companion.
It figures.
What?
Women like you are never alone.
I've been alone.
You know nothing about loneliness. You know nothing about what it's like to not know why you've been abandoned. You don't know what it's like to watch your career slip away because the one thing you care about has been taken from you. You don't know what it's like to spend years going into restaurants and asking for a table for one.
You don't eat in restaurants.
Okay, but if I did, that's what I'd ask for.
Why did you ask about the Milka?
You came aboard in Ecclepon, right? With a man.
Yes, his name's Two Conkers. How did you know?
It's my job to know.
You're being paid to find out where people board ships?
No, I'm a private investigator.
Two Conkers. Interesting name.
What do you know about a woman named Carlotta?
I've not met them. Sorry.
Ilsa had told me she was traveling with a man named Two Conkers. For now, that was all I needed to know. Have you met a man named Mundy?
Yes, there was a man named Mundy on the ship we came in on. He kept himself to himself mostly.
What can you tell me about him?
He seemed nervous.
Anything else?
I remember him going down to the cargo hold at one point. He looked really shifty, as if he was hiding something.
Is that it?
That's all I can think of.
What do you know about a dwarf named Alkali?
I've not met them. Sorry.
Do you know anyone named Therma?
I've not met them. Sorry.
Tell me one thing, Ilsa. Are you involved in these murders?
What?
The murders. They started when you arrived in town.
I can't believe that you would think such a thing. That's terrible. I mean, I know I've done some bad things, but I've never killed anyone in all my life.
Just checking. Have you heard of a singer named Madame Lodestone?
I've not met them. Sorry.
You wouldn't happen to know your way around the Salaci family mausoleum by any chance?
I'm sorry, Lewton. I don't know anything about that.
A shame we can't ask the most important question. What can you tell me about voodoo? Tell me about yourself.
Don't go far. I might want to shout at you again.
I'm sorry, Lewton.
Not sorry enough.
Do you know what caprice encore means? What do you know about gris-gris? I don't know. I'm not good with wordplay. Alright, let's take a break. Because I need to do some things. Not just eat and show you kitty cats. But I also need to do my Duolingo. I forgot to do it today. Off to soy munch we go. Perfect music to see kitty cats. Lord John turns on the Gabriel signal. Well, no Gabriel here. Only in chat. But I know what you mean by Gabriel signal.
Totes a dog.
That. Oi, cute cats, get out of the way. There's another kitty cat. Only 3 cats today. Alright. You guys wait there as I go get the... Well, I need to get drinks and something else. But I shall be right back. My food is already here, but I need to get something else for it.
Hey, Swede. Hello, Swede.
I bought something new that I'm going to try today. Which I think would be perfect for the pasta and meatballs that I made earlier. I bought a habanero ketchup. So we'll see how freaking hot this is gonna be. How spicy. I would imagine that it's gonna be really spicy. Sarjoinen osti poppiksen. En ollut kuullut sellaisia. Well, it smells like ketchup. That's for sure. And good ketchup too, like Heinz. Ei jepopop. Ei tietenkään tulisoossia. No nyt se on. Jos on virallisesti nyt sarjoista. Sentään se on hyvä, jos ne jatkaa. Niinku omana yhtiönä.
Yoha!
I hear Yoha, but I don't know what Yoha is, or who Yoha. Oh, it is a Zelda. You wondrous people and those beyond the categorization. So there's people and ethereal beings. Maybe even gods. I'm just gonna put a dabble over on one part so I can taste. Have a little bit of this spiciness. Let's test it out. Ketchup flavor. Kind of mild spiciness. It's a slow build up in the back of the throat. I'll add some more. And when I mean more, I mean one long squeeze. Thank you, Austriel. I appreciate it. Dashing Duke of Dynamic Ducks and Doodlebugs. Doodlebugs? Don't know what that is. But... Mix it all up. Ooh, now I can smell the spiciness now that I put a lot of this ketchup in here. Like it hits your nostrils. This will open up some sinuses. And maybe something else. Yeah, this is more like ketchup. It's just got a little... Even though it says hot, this is not super spicy. This is mild. But it's got a habanero flavor to it. It's got that added sweetness from the habanero. The peppery flavor. And also the heat is not like it strikes you right away. It's a slow build up afterwards. Which I like. I like this. This is really good. And the ketchup itself really does remind me of like Heinz ketchup. Got a little similarity. And yes, I added more. I want more flavor. Now I know I've got enough in here because everything's looking more pinkish red. I would say that's enough of ketchup. Yeah, the good thing about many of the poppamies, which the brand is, they make a lot of hot, really spicy sauces. But the good thing about them is you get first hit by the flavor, then the heat. So they got a good, they really know how to mix it up. That you get the flavor first and then the heat strikes. And then all of your hairs burn. Really good ketchup. Oh, now it's heating up. Oh. I think I put enough of it in it there now. Oh. I might have to go get some lettuce after this. Or a cucumber. I think I have a cucumber. Yep, it's lime. I also have a cherry in the fridge. A $5 meat lovers pizza lined up. Hey, nothing wrong with those. Freezer pizzas are good if you prepare them well enough. Last 3 times you've been on the voice chat with us, the topic always starts at the soil work. Nothing wrong with soil work. What songs of soil work do I know? Yep. Stepping the Drama is definitely that I've heard. Weapon of Vanity, The Crestfallen, yeah, those are very familiar names. I mean, it's one of those that my friends introduced me to because, you know, I hadn't listened to hard rock, metal, or anything that much. But they introduced me to even soil work. I think it is the Figure Number 5 and Stepping the Drama albums that they had on CD, and we listened to those. Oh yeah, there was also Exile. The song was on Guitar Hero 2. That's also how I know soil work, because I've played the song. I mean, I recognize the Stepping the Drama, the cover of the album immediately, because I've seen it and listened to it. Australia is passionate about music. Nothing wrong with that. Not at all, because I love music. I may have gone overboard with the habanero ketchup. Oh. The back of my throat is really hating me right now. Oh. I love Paul Simon as well. And Simon and Garfunkel. I've already said it many times, Astriel, like last time when we talked about music. I'm a connoisseur of all kinds of music except for... The ones that I don't go for is rap and R&B. But give me disco any day or hard rock and just Simon Garfunkel style even. I'll go for those. And also electrical music like synthesizer, Kraftwerk. Let's see, Chemical Brothers. 9 Inch Nails. What was that one band that I used to listen to? I wonder if I still have their album. I have listened to a lot of electrical music as well. I like country. I'm a person who actually likes country. To me it only is just rap music or R&B that I don't go for. Even though I do appreciate many of the songs, like I've listened to a lot of R&B and rap, but it's not something that I go for. You like some vaporwave mixes, etc. I haven't really listened to much of a vaporwave. It's more of a new thing, and I don't really listen to new music that much. So there's that. I'm a 80s and 90s and early 2000s dude. But those synthwave and vaporwave that I've heard, hell yeah, my kind of music. It's each to their own, Bennigan. That's why. And also, I like it that you put the question mark after it. So why not? I love Johnny Cash. Like, do you? Although I shouldn't say that the synthwave is anything new. Vaporwave is more of a new thing, but synthwave has been since the 80s because I listened to a lot of synthesizer music. That's synthwave. I always lean towards 60s, 70s, 80s rock, but at the gym I can go for whatever that gets me pumped up. ASL, should we join Astriel at the Noisy Noise? Astriel's been all alone there for the last hour. Right now I tend to listen to a lot of rap at the gym. It has a nice energy vibe to it when you work out. It's to YouTube, Swede. Let him have some hope, okay? Go look at porn if you want to. Don't expect somebody else to link it to you. You can't be that desperate. I have also listened to some weird but enjoyable music. Especially there's one incredibly talented mixer whose music is categorized in its own as in Baroque-core music. Baroque-core. Artist named Igor with 3 R's at the end. Igor. Hey, Mad Max. I remember when my friend on our local radio station's metal show played that song and I loved it. Creedence and Thin Lizzy. I always forget the Thin Lizzy. Was Thin Lizzy the original who made the whiskey in the jar? I think the whiskey in the jar is a Thin Lizzy song. I think. Or maybe I'm thinking of... I mean, Metallica made a cover of it too. Pretty much the first to do a cover of that. Alright. And much better than Metallica, if I remember. Oh yeah, they are. The boys are back in town. That's it. That's the one that I know of from them. The boys are back in town. Great song. Always liked listening to that one. The Dubliners was the original, right? I know Slim is classified as country, but given his style and the songs he chose, I'd call it more folk than country. Slim Dusty? I would agree with that. Yeah, it's more folk music than country music. And when you said Creedence, do you mean CCR? Creedence Clearwater Revival? Yeah, Creedence Clearwater Revival is great. I have many favorites of theirs. I've even sung them on my karaoke nights. Actually, since there's many here who might be tomorrow at the movie night, I'm gonna do another karaoke night before the movies. So tune in for that to listen to me sing. If you want to. I need to find Creedence Clearwater Revival music. I heard you asking a question starting with "Hey, Selt," and then my pizza was delivered. Choreography night. That's what I said. Yeah, I was just asking you if you want to go into Noisy Noise to keep if we could go together to keep company to Australia because he's been there for an hour all alone. Hey, Astriel.
Ah, here we go. There we go.
All right, Isolde.
I'm trying to think of the other band that my brother got me into. Credence was one. What was the other? The guitarist, for goodness sakes. 70s guitarist. What's his freaking name? He died in his. He died at 27. If that helps. I just can't think of his name. Oh, for goodness sakes, this is embarrassing.
Who are you thinking of?
The guitarist who died at 27, I'm pretty sure.
For what band?
Yeah, help me out. No, solo.
Oh, solo. 27 years old.
Yeah, solo guitarist. Yeah, 27 years old. Yep. Someone in Chester knows name.
I can only think of
blank.
I can think of Buddy Holly.
No, not Buddy Holly.
Are you more recent or old?
What do you mean? He was 27. My brother's gonna kill me for not knowing his name.
I mean, if it's something new, then I have no idea.
I just remember Jimi Hendrix.
Oh. And yeah. I meant as in a timeline, like were they in the 70s or the 90s or more recent times? That's what I meant.
Right. Yeah. Sorry. I honestly, I couldn't answer that. To be honest.
Mm.
But yeah, Jimi Hendrix is what I was thinking of.
Yeah, he is one of those who's in the 27 club.
Him.
Yeah.
Yep.
Yoha.
Hey, Sada.
Hello.
Hello.
As Nobby would say in this game. Hello. Hello. If one is going to lure me into something as devilish as karaoke night, CCR is perhaps the way to do it. That or tons of alcohol and naked ladies. Well, CCR it is then.
Well, the tons of alcohol is happening here already. I mean, no.
But you missed it earlier. I was telling you that I bought something today that's classified or, well, advertised as a Japan Cola.
Yeah, I noticed the message. I didn't read it out loud, but I noticed. I was like, what? Shaped like a bottle, but it's just Coca-Cola? What? Japanese?
Yeah. Hang on. Send you a picture of it in the chat.
Well, here in Australia, we did have a
there we go.
clear cola back in the 90s, I think. The late 90s, if I remember correctly. It was just called
something like
cola.
that. We had clear cola too.
Yeah. I remember they advertised it on the Saturday morning shows that they had, and it was just called like literally clear cola or clear Pepsi or something.
I always thought they sounded kind of disgusting. It's just a Coca-Cola in a like alu bottle.
That's what it looks like, people. There it is.
Who can you possibly advertise that to? Oh, well, chuck it down and it might give you a bit of a buzz for caffeine, or maybe?
I'm just drinking it because it was called Japan Cola, and I do like Coca-Cola, so I have to try it.
Heathen! I mean, the high Targor, that's what I meant to say. I mean, if somebody likes Coca-Cola, they like Coca-Cola. I'm a Pepsi guy, that's all.
I shouldn't laugh so loud. My housemate's trying to sleep.
Funnily enough, Spidey, the guy who delivered our pizza, I think he forgot to deliver the soda to somebody previous because he gave us a can of Pepsi, like regular Pepsi, and I didn't order that.
Huh. Well, free soda. Yay. No extra charge.
Well, I mean, what do we go here? Coke or Pepsi, you know?
One
I
thing
am
now confirm that
neutral,
the
to be honest.
Japanese cola is less fizzy.
Well,
Pepsi
that's
Man!
where you,
Tastes the same.
that's where you just go a fuck, what do you call it? I think it fizzes it up. I've got one. I can't think what it's called.
Soda
Stream. That's what I see. It's this one.
I knew that was what you were going to say.
The soda's all over it.
Also,
I can read your slightly alcohol-addled mind or something.
I like Specky's question, what evil movies we will watch tomorrow? Well, I'm not sure about evil movies, but could be anything because I've been downloading tons of movies today. I have about...
Oh, you pirate! I mean, what?
I've got 122 gigabytes worth of movies now.
I've got more than that, I reckon. Hang on. Let me check.
Welcome to Movie Night. We're watching About a Boy.
Wait, I want to check how many legit backups I've got and also how many non-legit backups I've got. Let's look at this. My collection. There we go. Movies.
I mean, right now the thing is, I've got so many movies now that I don't even know which ones to show tomorrow. At least I can't say right now what they could be. It could be anything because I got so many different kinds of movies now.
Oh my god, I got more movies than I thought. Legit, I mean. It's going up. More than 2 terabytes. Oh my god. Okay, 2.52 terabytes of legit movies. And how many non-legit movies do I have? Which are, you know, the ones that I intend to watch, and I will eventually.
Πατήστε διαγραφή.
No, not that.
Διαγραφή. Πατήστε.
In Japan, you can buy at certain stores cola that is designed after the cola that Frankie drinks in One Piece. Super!
Okay.
Interesting.
I've got a whole terabyte of movies, and this is movies that, by the way, I have downloaded from sites that prefer to keep it on the lower side of the gigabytes, so that people can more easily download them. Anyway, I've got a whole terabyte.
Συνήθως βλέπω ταινίες διαδικτυακά. Ταινίες.
Keep in mind that whenever I watch a movie, if I like it, I buy it. I'm just saying, I buy it.
Μαϊμού. Κατσίκα.
Today in the mail, I got Friday. I've already got the 3 Friday movies on DVD, but I wanted the original Friday on Blu-ray, and I've also got Girl Interrupted. I've got the DVD of that, but I wanted Girl Interrupted on Blu-ray. So yeah, because that's how I roll.
Ποιο είναι το κουμπί της απενεργοποίησης?
Yeah, I saw it. Sweet. I saw the news. It was a long while back. Like 2 months ago. I still need to catch up on my One Piece because I haven't watched One Piece in ages. Probably the last time was with the old computer.
Ποιο είναι το κουμπί της απενεργοποίησης? Περιμένει. Εγκατάστασης. Ποιο είναι το κουμπί της απενεργοποίησης? Απενεργοποίησης.
when it comes to quote unquote previewing movies, I have no problem. I don't care. Each to their own, you know. I follow what Kilgore Trout does to a big degree, except when it comes to previewing movies. He doesn't believe in quote unquote acquiring movies to watch them first. He doesn't believe in doing that. If he wants to watch a movie before he's even seen it, he buys it, and I don't believe in doing that. But I have followed his cue when it comes to software, and I'm proud of it, you know? I'm proud of that.
Πληκτρολόγιο. Συνδέσει. Κατέβασε εκείνη την εφαρμογή, σε παρακαλώ.
Basically what I'm saying is, I've got my 1080p Blu-ray copy of Girl Interrupted here. I don't find any problem with someone, you know, downloading the movie first to watch it, and you know, watching it to see what it's like. But me personally, if I like it, I go straight to eBay or wherever and I buy it. And the ones that I don't like, I don't know, I tend to just leave them there and never watch them again. Except for one movie. There was one movie that I watched and deleted. I don't know if you've heard of it, Silta. It's called... What's it called?
I don't know that one.
Oh, yeah. What's it called? It's called The Something or The 130 Days of Sodom, but I can't remember the first word.
Sallow.
Yeah, Sodom, that's the one.
Sallow, the 120 Days of Sodomy. I know that
That's
movie.
the
It is
one.
disgusting.
It is. Thank you. It is. Like,
I know it for reputation, but just that.
It's
Don't talk about it. Don't talk about it.
Oh, no. I'm not going to. I'm not going to. All I will say is, I usually go for movies that are, you know, out there, like, you know, out there. But yeah, that was too much.
Yep.
That's all I'll say. It was too much.
Yep.
I deleted it.
It goes really far. Like Serbian film. That's another one that goes really far. Like, don't see it.
Yes.
Without talking about the other one in specifics, I do know for a fact that 130 or whatever Days of Sodom is based off of a story written by Marquis de Sade, who was a French debaucherist, I think is the right word. So it's so weird to make a film of a book that was controversial even in its day, like 1600s.
Why the F would you do that? Like,
some directors just want to go overboard. They just want to go further than anybody else would.
I've got to say, Zelda, I watched a Serbian film. I watched it. As much as I obviously disagree with the content, I will say pretty not bad storyline. Like, it's disgusting, yes, and I will not buy it. I will not have anything else to do with it. But when I watched the whole thing, I was like, that's a pretty imaginative storyline. I won't lie. Disgusting, disgraceful. It's disgraceful, absolutely disgraceful. But when it comes to it, it's a porn star
Κάνω τις αγορές μου κάνω τις αγορές κάνω τις αγορές
Yeah, I'll leave it. Sorry, I'll leave it. I'll completely leave it. Sorry about that.
You were asking why people would do that, and in the spirit of the fact that Spidey is playing a Discworld game, I have a specific Terry Pratchett quote for you. Some humans would do anything to see if it was possible to do it. If you put a large switch somewhere in a cave somewhere with a sign on it saying "End of the world switch, please do not touch," the paint would not even have time to dry. That's the reason people do things because they want to see if it's possible. Even if it means making something as disgusting as what we were talking about before.
Yep. I mean, it's like with the Human Centipede and any Eli Roth movie that you can talk about, like Cabin Fever and such. They just want to go over to see how far they can push the limit.
I mean,
even they claim that they're making art.
We could even mention something more tame. Neil Breen. Just things because he wants to see if it's possible.
And it's glorious. Glorious work. Like Tommy Wiseau. He goes in the same category. Tommy Wiseau or James Nguyen.
Yeah.
At one time, I wanted to, explore, let's say, movies that were out there, but one of them that was controversial was Irreversible. Now, I won't mention what was in it, but I did buy the Blu-ray of it because of the drama that was outside of the effed up shit, basically. The drama that surrounded it was brilliant as a movie, absolutely brilliant. And in fact, the Blu-ray that was released, because it's done in reverse chronological order, the Blu-ray has a version that's the opposite, done in proper order. I haven't watched it, and it's mostly because it's hard to stomach. I'll just say there's a 10-minute bit that's hard to stomach. But outside of that, the storyline is awesome. And at the same time, there was another movie that I ordered from the same place called Raw, where there's a woman who, through some weird means, she discovers that she likes flesh. really weird stuff. But at the end of the movie, you're just like, what the hell did I just watch? But I bought both of those Blu-rays, and yeah, they come with posters, and no, I'm not about to string up those posters, no frickin' way. I want to tear up those posters. But the movies themselves, without the gory disgustingness, the storylines are actually really intriguing. They're actually quite good. I discovered the Raw one, the one's called Raw, from our local electronic chain. They have a magazine they bring out, and inside the magazine was like, oh, there's a movie called Raw. I'm like, what the hell is Raw? So I downloaded Raw, I watched it, I'm like, holy hell, what the F? It's just basically about a girl who, I don't know how to describe it, it's just her sister gets in some dilemma, and her sister suddenly discovers, oh, I like flesh. Oh, what the hell? I don't know. I'll just leave it at that. It's hard to describe. It's one of those movies that's, it is just a little bit disgusting, but also, oh my god, no way, that sort of movie. It's not totally out there like the other movies we discovered. It's not like that. Not at all. It's not disgusting. Like, not completely disgusting. It's just, it's just the sort of movie that makes you think, oh my god, just a little bit. I have zero regrets with getting the Blu-ray of them, though. If I'm being honest. But also, speaking of which, I got my copy of where is it? There it is. Texas Chainsaw Massacre: The Beginning. I got my Blu-ray copy of that.
The Beginning?
Yep. The Beginning is way more gory than both the original Texas Chainsaw Massacre and the remake, by far.
Hmm.
The Beginning has a scene where there's a dude lying on the floor and the chainsaw goes, right through him. I'll just say that. It's pretty fucked up.
When did the Chainsaw Massacre Beginning come out?
Ooh! Hang on. Now, I was about to get my Blu-ray, but it'll be easier to get IMDb. Hang on.
Oh, that's the first Texas Chainsaw Massacre. I'm asking about the movie that Astral was just talking about, called the Texas Chainsaw Massacre: The Beginning.
2006. It
Right.
was. And that wasn't 1973. I'm pretty sure it was 1974 was the first one. Hang on.
Yeah, 1974 is the first one, yeah.
I was gonna say, yeah, I thought so. And if I also remember correctly, that's okay, man, Max. You didn't know.
I mean, you were close.
Thanks for the input, though.
Off by 1 year, that's all. I mean, no worries.
Yeah, I know, yeah, off by 1 year. I know, right, yeah. Exactly. No harm done. I've got the original Ultimate something rather edition on Blu-ray. Because they came out with so many, maximum edition, then blah 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 edition, then finally the ultimate edition sort of thing. Oh, that's right. The one I've got is called Seriously Ultimate Edition. That's the one.
Seriously Ultimate?
I'm not even joking, bro. It's called Seriously Ultimate Edition. Like, how lame is that?
Like, they do make some really silly names to when they keep making different kind of editions of movies.
Yeah, they do. Wait, when you think about it, they do the same thing with the internet. They said when broadband first came around, it was 256k, and yet at the same time they had 512k. I think I might have been higher than that as well. But what they did was they said, this is fast internet, ultra fast internet, super ultra fast internet. It went like that. And suddenly it's like, well, and I remember my friend saying, yeah, I have fast internet. Well, which one? Oh, I don't know, the fast one. And it turned out they only had 256k. I'm like, that's not fast. What the fuck are you talking about?
It's the super mega hyper extra super speed one. It's like, you said super twice. It's got super in it twice. I don't know.
Congratulations, you want an internet.
That the gaming industry does with any new release. Like, it's the deluxe game of the year definitive director's cut edition. Like, yeah, decide on one fucking adjective. Come on.
Sorry, bro. I know.
Fine, call it ultimate. I don't care.
Also, I like it that Simple Sweet just
Usually
said
my
that
only question about these things. This is a long ass soy munch. Yeah, it is.
And Lord John played the soy munch sound effect, and I just went back to the normal stream screen.
Perfect. The only thing about the gaming thing
now
that I really want to stress is my usual question is this the version that lets me play the game? If not, then I'm not buying it.
True. I usually go onto Blu-ray.com whenever I want to find the
definitive Knuckles.
Oh, fuck, slaves.
Oh, that got me. It's the Ant Knuckles.
I have found the Seriously Ultimate Edition that I've got. Hang on, I'll link it if that's okay. That is the Seriously Ultimate Edition that I have on my shelf.
Seriously Ultimate Edition.
That's what it's called. I'm not joking.
So what's so seriously ultimate about it?
Well, apparently it's more serious than the previous ones.
Uh-huh. All right.
Cut out all the jokes.
And yes, I did.
That's what it is.
I ordered my copy from eBay like years and years ago. Absolutely years ago. It apparently has more than just the regular, I guess, Ultimate Edition? I'm just guessing? Actually, I think there might even be a 4K edition now. Hang on.
Wouldn't be surprised.
Oh yeah, of course there is.
Sorry, that was unrelated.
Except 4K died on PC. Thanks to Intel being effing C-word.
So what got the Zelda so giggly?
I don't.
Yeah, I was looking out the window, looking at the, the apartment block across of ours, and I see in one of the windows a guy is standing, arms akimbo at his side, but I can't see his head because his blinds are just far enough down that it cuts off as his neck.
So you only see the torso just standing like Superman, like ha.
And he is facing towards our building as well, so it looks extra stupid.
Okay, Mad Max. See you later. Why can't we buy any of the Discworld games legally? Because they don't have the licenses. GOG is still fighting to get the licenses so they can actually provide people the Discworld games.
This is why I bought the No One Lives Forever games on off eBay. Because the licensing is kaput.
I mean, that's what GOG is trying to do with all these old games that they have. They start their preservation project this year, where they really are working on getting all the licenses so they can preserve all these old games, and they are fighting so hard to get the Discworld games.
I buy all my old games on both GOG and Steam. The reason I do that is because I have all my friends on Steam, but GOG makes it work. So I copy my shit from GOG over to Steam, as in I copy the files / folder over to Steam, and then it works. It just works. The one that didn't do that was Aliens vs Predator 2000. For some reason it has a different folder structure. It works on Steam, it works just fine, but every now and then it crashes. And so I bought it on GOG, and I'm not going to get a refund on GOG because GOG is awesome, so I'm going to cane it. But different folder structure. I don't know why. But I'm not going to get a refund on GOG because, like I said, GOG is awesome, so I'm just going to leave it. I do that because, GOG deserves it, sorry.
Zelda.
Yeah.
What do you think of Ankh-Morpork in this game?
It's hard to see what's what, but I do like the visual upgrade.
And there's the, this is the river, as I'm following it.
Yeah, I see it.
And there's the wharf. Any familiar names?
Ah, there's the Double Yard. Yep. So Double Yard is like Scotland Yard.
Mm-hmm.
So that's where the watch hang out.
There's the Unseen University.
You're about to say unforeseen. Which
yeah,
is,
unforeseen.
I mean,
unless that's the palace. I'm not
I mean,
sure.
it would fit.
Might be the palace, actually.
I don't think so. The palace is usually not in that particular area of the...
So then it must be the university.
Yeah.
There's an old friend here.
Hello again.
Hello.
Hello.
How's work treating you then?
Not so bad, Lewton. I've been busy though. Rushed off my feet.
Yeah, I can tell.
Really rushed off his feet because he's just sitting there doing nothing. When he should be investigating 3 murders.
Nobby seems a little slower than he is in the books. That might just be me.
Yeah, the version of Nobby here is a lot slower. And also he
almost... Yeah.
He also has a kind of a speech impediment, as in he says the wrong words.
He kind of does that in the books too. I think he's one of the people who will say continue innuum, for example.
Ah. Well, here he said like...
Kinda does that.
Let's see if we can get...
Any word on these murders?
Nothing yet, but our top investigators are working on the case 24 hours a day.
Nobby?
Yeah?
Are you one of those crack investigators?
Yeah? Why?
Never mind. Just a thought.
Yeah.
I mean, he has made mistakes with words here, like using the wrong word. Like he said earlier when we were talking, he said that there's been a lot of mishaps around here. And then Lewton just corrects and mishaps.
Yeah, that's actually pretty accurate. I mean, it's usually him and Corporal or Colon, his close confidant. When they talk in the books, it usually ends up being those two trying to figure out a word and one coming up with the wrong one and the other one being certain that it's the right one.
Mm-hmm. I mean,
that's the whole idea behind somebody not being history but geography instead, because they remember it's some kind of school topic but can't remember the exact one.
And they've mentioned Colon in this, and he's a sergeant, and also Vimes.
Sergeant, that's what he is, yeah.
Yeah, Vimes also be mentioned, and apparently he's now married and into nobility.
Yep, that happens at sort of at the end of Gods. So Lady Ramkin, that you met in the first Discworld game.
Yep,
that's Sam's wife.
Ah, okay.
In the later books, he ends up having a son, Sam Jr.
Cool.
Who I mean,
so how do you know this stuff?
He's read the books millions of times.
I've read the books a couple of times, and I've listened to the audiobooks as well. And it's a special interest of mine, so my autistic brain takes over and says, "Yep, store all this."
That's why I
also
fair enough.
On the topic, the Sam's son is mentioned and is a key part of the book Thud, and it's one of my favorites because of how Sam is in relation to his son.
Ah, cool.
Like at 7 o'clock each evening, he will read the same bedtime story, and it's 7 o'clock sharp. He says that he will never be late, not for a good reason, because if you're late for a good reason, you open the door to being late for a bad one. he's a really good person sometimes. So yeah, I heartily recommend those books as well. Like all Discworld books, basically.
Yeah, not as such, no. You go to great lengths to conceal how little work you do, don't you? Hey.
I mean, this is one of the few things I know how to remember, apparently.
I like that line. I like that line that Lewton says that you go into great lengths to do as little work as possible.
Yes, that's actually pretty true to Nobby.
I mean, where we met him, he was off duty at the Cafe Ankh, and now he's just sitting here doing nothing but looking at a ledger or something. When he should be investigating 3 murders that have been happening in 3 days, and he's just sitting here.
It should tell you all you need to know about Nobby, that it's mentioned in one of the books that he usually goes on the battlefield of the army. He was in the army before. And he goes on the battlefield and robs from the dead people. And he says something to the effect of, a lot of people have fought in a lot of different armies. And Sam Vimes goes, yes, but not at the same fucking war, Nobby. Oh, not fucking, but you know. Because Nobby just switches sides based on where he can get the best loot.
Well, in this game, Lewton is actually an ex-guard, so they are friends with Nobby. They know each other. And yes, Finglish speech has been bought, if you didn't notice. And
I saw.
And when we talked with Nobby when he was in the cafe, they actually mentioned that Lewton was actually kicked out of the force by Vimes because Lewton took a bribe. And also, Lewton.
That's a bad thing.
Yeah, and Lewton started chastising Nobby because he's been stealing stuff. But Nobby has an explanation for everything, like it's evidence, a concealed item, and like. But he's and he also says that Vimes doesn't consider them crimes because it's just a little stuff that he takes. But Lewton took a bribe, and that's a big crime. So that's why he was kicked out, and Nobby is still in the force. It was a really fun conversation in the start. Now let's see. I'll show you Cafe Ankh. Like the do you like the neon sign that they have here? They also have a golem here.
I think the Cafe Ankh is, if I'm not mistaken, it's a fabrication for the game.
Yes.
The golem was loading wine barrels onto the cart, calmly and diligently. I would have pitied it, but there didn't seem much point. It was just magically animated clay.
Just wait until I try to speak to it.
There was no use trying to talk to the golem. It couldn't speak.
Simple as that.
And yeah, Anakin, that is the reading order, depending on which kind of subplot you want to investigate first.
But yeah, the Cafe Ankh is completely made for this game because this whole place is nothing but a reference to Casablanca. We have the pianist Samael, who owns this place. And here we met our old girlfriend, Ilsa. And she broke Lewton's heart. Like, he is so angry at her because she apparently left without notice and has been gone for many, many years. And Lewton is completely broken-hearted, so it's just Casablanca.
I just want to say, what Benniken linked is effing amazing. Nothing against it whatsoever. I was basically joking around.
It is.
I think
there are 41 novels.
I don't personally go that deeply into RPG, but I know that others do, and I mean no.
Oh no! What Banniken linked is the reading order for the books.
Interesting.
Yeah.
Yeah,
so you can see which
one.
ones.
Holy cow! Wow.
Yeah, there are 41 mainline books. There are, I think, 3 or 4 Science of Discworld books. There are a couple of Folklore of Discworld, and then there are various other ones outside, like Nanyark's Cookbook and that kind of thing.
Is this character well known in the books?
Whereas I would never go that deep, but I very much appreciate that others do, like, big time. Like, wow.
It doesn't ring a bell.
Rodan is a sculptor.
I think he might be... Yeah, I think he might be maybe a minor character somewhere, but it's not a name that I recognize.
Rodan is very annoying to talk to because he doesn't remember stuff, and when he does remember stuff, he goes all philosophical on your ass, and you're like, shut the hell up. Because he doesn't say anything important. He just rambles on and on.
That just sounds like me, I'll be honest.
And here we have Mencken, who is half-elf.
I think I remember Mencken from something. Possibly one of the Watch books. Maybe Feet of Clay, actually.
Kind of a cruel fate for him, being half-elf.
Yes.
Also, in this game he suffers from he suffers from young blood disease.
I'm back.
He ain't got no eyes. Yeah, this is so creepy.
Do you know?
And I gotta agree with Gabriel. Yeah.
Or a man named Two Conquers. I know a lot of people. That doesn't mean I want to talk about them with you.
Oh, I see.
I gave Mencken Mundy's description and asked if he'd seen him. He told me that he hadn't. Maybe I could trust him. A half-elf doesn't need to make any more.
I am so the odd one out when it comes to Discworld.
Do you know anything about the Milka? If you asked fewer
Well,
questions,
as far as I know, Banniken has read a couple of them, if not all of them. Gabriel knows some of them. I know all of them, and that's about it. I don't think there are more people in the chat.
Unibitus knows.
Wow.
He's read the Rincewood books.
Ah.
Most that have been translated to Finnish, yeah. Also, Zelda, you will get a kick out of this.
Eat at Harga's
I'll be
House
right
of
back, guys.
Ribs. All you can gobble for $1. Menu available. Famous wherever huge appetites gather and mountainous stomachs rumble.
Yes.
The amazing panacea that cures all known ills. Cut me own throat dibblers, genuine, authentic, soggy Mountain Dew. Guaranteed to cure all problems or your money back. Ah, there's some small print. Guarantee will not be honored.
Freaking dibbler. And also,
come and see the greatest historical tragedy ever told, Antilogy and Cleffatara, Hwell's masterpiece as 'twas meant to be performed by actors.
Oh! Wells! In the books, usually pronounced as Huel.
Oh.
He's one of the main characters in Weird Sisters.
Ooh.
He's a dwarf playwright.
Cool. And he's mentioned here. Nice.
Actually a pretty cool person in the books. I will say, it's probably a bad idea to have a troll on stage with a stage light like that, because stage lights are hot. And because trolls are silicate beings, the more you heat them up, the slower they think.
Mm-hmm. Well, the problem here is that Mencken is not the original owner of the place. This used to be a troll bar. So he made changes.
No.
And, yeah. Why is Gabriel...
Did you read what Gabriel said?
Yeah, I did. Not out loud, but I did read it. that golems actually want to keep working because they like being active. Being still is like being dead. I mean, it makes sense because it's magically what would you call it?
Activated.
Not activated.
In the Discworld books, you feed them a slip of paper, and whatever's written on the paper, like the instruction, is what they'll do.
So that's how it works.
That is one of the things about Feet of Clay, that it turns out one of the golems have gone off script and murdered someone, if I remember correctly, or at least that's what it seems like in the beginning. And I think it's because, if I remember the story correctly, they have created the first kind of free golem that can exist without having an instruction. It's a good story.
You want to hear his description of the desk?
Naturally.
Sapient pearwood comes from a plant so magical that it is totally impervious to all forms of magic. So valuable that thieves have cut each other's throats to own it. Unfortunately, I couldn't afford a desk made out of it, so I made do with pine. It's a nice desk, though.
Yeah, I mean, you wouldn't want sapient pearwood for that. It's liable to sprout legs and walk away.
Yeah, even I was explaining that right at the beginning. Like, that would have legs and it would be walking around. Like, you don't want that.
Not necessarily, though, because usually a wizard staff is also made of sapient pearwood and they don't have legs. But as they are impervious to magic, they can channel magic through them without having them splinter or stuff.
Ah, makes sense.
I'd purchased the imp-powered
Enough boobs and bad daddy jokes. All right.
Throat dibbler. The man whose
imp-powered coffee bean machine from Dibbler.
With CMOT Dibbler, you could say bye to quality. I'll say this for the ICBM. It made coffee strong enough to blow your head off. On the downside, the imp tended to use most of the beans to fuel its own addiction. Some days the poor thing was so jittery the coffee machine would vibrate off the shelf.
Yeah, it's ICBM.
ICBM, of course.
Imp-powered coffee bean machine.
Yeah, and it blows your head off. Yeah, that's the typical Pratchett pun, basically.
I mean, this...
Oh, that reminds me. I gotta pick up a book. Hang on.
This game is filled with puns. Love it. Basically, what you're saying, Aselta, is that if you had a sack of potatoes and a box of gerbils, you would be able to build the perfect replica of the Death Star. See, you had the class... Sweet, what are you talking about? And welcome back, Mad Max. Got enough of boobs and bad daddy jokes. I don't know. I honestly don't fucking know. Why would you even think that the Zelda would build a Death Star? Or a replica? I'll be back in a bit, by the way. At no point did I say how long. Could be this long. Could be that long. Oh, I'm letting him be himself. I'm just questioning his sanity again.
What sanity?
Swede asked you, especially that if you had a sack of potatoes and a box of gerbils, you would be able to build a perfect replica of the Death Star.
I'll stop you. So you make me laugh too much.
No, Swede. Simply because I'm neither a Trekkie nor a Star Wars fan.
Let's face it, it's a bittersweet symphony. I'm sorry, I had to say that. I did not actually think that though. Hey, he started it.
Nothing like a cup of imp-made coffee to make me jittery and paranoid.
Oh, and Zelda, also. Another good joke in here.
Alright, here we go.
Zelda, you ready?
Go on. Yeah.
I had purchased a large indexed scroll rack to keep track of all the cases I was going to handle. The Monday case made it 2.
So before the start of the game, he only had 1 case. Now there's 2. No, this is not Sierra. This is made by Perfect Software, who's made all of the Discworld games.
Oh, I have the first page of one of Pratchett's short stories that I'd like to read, if I may, because it perfectly illustrates the kind of humor that's scattered through his other Discworld books.
All right.
It was by chance that I found it's called A Stroke of the Pen, which is a collection of his short stories that were published before Discworld.
Ooh.
And this one starts off with the opening is just a very Discworld-like thing. A very long time ago, there was a little hilly kingdom of Grig. It's probably buried under the sea by now, it says in a little footnote. In it lived about 1,000 people and 5,000 goats, and it was ruled, if that the word of all things, considered by King Griddlebone the Quite Good. And then a footnote, his father was King Griddlebone the Good, but he wasn't as good as his father. One Sunday morning, he was sitting up in bed eating an egg, when about a dozen page boys trooped in. In those days, of course, there was no newspapers, so the page boys had to remember everything that was going on so they could tell it to the king. "Dragons invade the crumbling castle area," shouted the first page boy. This was the headline. And then he said in an ordinary voice, for full details, here page 3. A fucking stupid pun of page boys being the page in a newspaper.
Hey,
it's
Pest.
so typically Pratchett. Hey, Pest.
I actually... There is an intro to this game, which is just a big scroll of text, but the problem with it is that it scrolls really fast, so I wasn't able to read all of it out loud, because it's super fast. So since you are here, I was thinking if I can find the text, I'm gonna read it here, because it's got a lot of references to a lot of, to several things, and I just wanted to see if you recognize many of the names and such that are mentioned in the blurb.
Yeah.
I just need trying to see if I can find it somewhere. I'm currently looking on my phone. But I'm not that good on the phone to look for stuff, so I'm gonna go... Oh, by the way, there's also this location.
The Salachi family mausoleum was full of tombs. More chambers, annexes, vaults, sepulchres, and catacombs than a thesaurus.
Salachi. I know that name from somewhere. In one of the books.
Let's see if I can find the blurb. It would be nice.
Yeah.
So I can read the whole intro. No, that's just the cutscene. I want the... I mean, on YouTube, of course, is the best place to go for it. Ah, this one has the text scroll. All right, nice. Everyone on the disc knows the legend of Eleanor of Sort. Or at least that everyone knows a legend of Eleanor of Sort, or Critics, or Elherib. Ask most people and they'll tell you that she was the cause of the Sordian Wars. Of course, ask most people and they'll tell you the patrician is a kind and benevolent man. Never trust what most people tell you. The real cause of the Sordian Wars was a little-known goddess called Errata. It was at the wedding of Peloria and Theta, or Pyramus and Frisbee, or Orphrey and Euripus. It depends who you talk to, really. Suffice it to say that being the goddess of misunderstandings, she wasn't especially popular and didn't take much to prevent her from being invited to weddings. This didn't please Arata at all, and so she devised a cunning plan to take vengeance. She got the Neoldian, blacksmith of the gods, to make a golden falchion and told him to engrave on the blade of the sword for the strongest. The resulting fight between almost 80 war gods would have ruined the wedding had Neoldian not inadvertently engraved Lagunculae Ladiene non Accendut, which roughly translates to batteries not included. Fortunately for Errata, an argument broke out between Patina, goddess of wisdom, who claimed the sword was a subtly observed metaphor for the hopelessness of existence, and Sephet, god of cutlery, who claimed it was a big knife. The argument went on for so long that a passing dog managed to borrow the falchion, go on a short quest, and return as god of canines and unlikely subplots in legends before anyone noticed. In the end, it became so heated that Astoria, goddess of love, bribed Rome of Sword, or Ephebe, or no fixed abode, to steal the falchion and hide it, just to shut her sister up. In return, Astoria gave Eleanor to Rome, even though she wasn't hers to give, which was typical of the gods, and the resulting extramarital confusion blew up into the Sortian Wars. In the carnage that followed, the Sortese falchion was lost, perhaps forever. And there's the other Humphrey Bogart reference, Sortese falchion.
Yeah, the Maltese
Falcon.
Maltese falcon. Yeah, of course. Nice. That's a great intro.
That is, it's got like the perfect Pratchett writing. Even though I've never read the books, that really feels like Pratchett writing with all the jokes and references and such.
Especially the or no fixed abode. That's something that Pratchett would absolutely write.
It makes me think that he actually probably wrote the intro text.
He very well may have.
Because I don't remember how much he had his hands on this game.
You came back.
I'm not staying.
Not for long, at least.
Can you read this?
Yes, it says Pier 5.
What language?
Agatean.
How do you know an obscure language like that?
Actually, Two Conkers is from the Counterweight Continent. I learned it from him.
I thought that people weren't allowed to leave the Agatean Empire.
Oh, things have freed up these days.
I'd be careful who you tell about Two Conkers, Ilsa.
Why?
People can be funny about foreigners, and there's always been rumors about the Empire. They say they use powerful magic there. The last time one of them arrived here, the city got burned down.
Two Conkers isn't going to burn the city down.
You know that, and I know that. But the average man on the street doesn't know that. They see the unknown as a threat.
Why? Two Conkers is harmless. No one's that stupid.
Let me let you in on a little-known secret. You know how stupid the average person is?
I think so, yes.
Well, statistically, half of them are even dumber than that.
Statistically.
That's a a George Carlin joke.
Oh.
Think of how dumb the average American is, and now realize that half of them are dumber than that.
The scrap of cardboard I'd found in one of the bunks on the Milka had a number on it, either a 6 or a 9.
I found this on the Milka. Does it mean anything to you?
A piece of cardboard with a number on it?
I think it might have something to do with Mundy.
If you've constructed murder and a giant conspiracy out of that, I'm going to be very impressed.
Not yet, but I'm working on it. Don't go far.
I mean, it says that with each Discworld game, Pratchett became less and less involved.
I'm sorry, Lewton.
Not sorry enough.
And that the script was the first one Chris Bateman wrote for a video game. So it might well have been that Pratchett wrote the intro.
Could be.
because it doesn't really reference what happens in the game, so to speak.
Yeah, it's just a lore for the game.
World-building setup.
Yeah.
Yep.
Which is definitely Pratchett's style.
So much.
Now that we know where Pier 5 is.
The Pier 5 warehouse. The watchman had a look of mad dedication about him. It was the kind of look that could only be achieved by someone whose job was so mind-numbingly tedious that their only pleasure came from being blisteringly unhelpful to everyone who came along.
Hey, Ubi!
Hey, Ubi!
I take it you're the watchman for this warehouse?
Wow, you're sharp. People never work that out. I mean, there are so many reasons that I might want to be out here on a pier in the middle of nowhere, but you went straight to the fact that I'm a watchman. Well done.
That's a real talent you've got there. It usually takes me much longer to take a dislike for someone.
That's a lot of nuts in my pants.
Apparently.
Of what kind, dear sir?
Hazel, cashew, pistachio.
Could also be...
The salty kind.
Bollocks. Could also be... discharge.
Mm.
I mean, there are 3 different types of nuts.
Where did my name come from? Well, Spider-Man, of course, originally. But moi is just the French pronunciation of the word meaning me, myself, and I. Moi. It's not the kiss sound effect, like a lot of people have thought at first.
I think there's still the clip of you correcting somebody from... Was it Amiga Bang? Who kept saying... or Amiga Bill, maybe? Who kept saying Spider MWA.
Mm-hmm.
Then there was some... You were participating in some contest, and he said Spider MWA or moi, and it's moi. It's such a great clip because it perfectly illustrates it. Yep.
Yeah, it was during one of the Amiga Live tournaments. I think it was the Dynablaster.
It was.
Tomorrow they're actually going to have another Dynablaster tournament.
It's the one where you also went with I'm learning from my mistakes. Not.
Yep, it's the same tournament. Yep.
That's a great one.
I take it as both I and kiss, because when I see you, I want to kiss your face. Aww. But it's MP83 who always says that when I come around to his streams, he goes, it's Spider Mwah. Yeah, Spider Mwah. Spider Mwah.
That's a good one.
CS Impact.
CS Impact.
Also, hello, King Kong. How's the game going? It's going fine. I have to use the UHS only twice. You're welcome for the logs and stream. Always provide the logs.
Yeah.
But it's still Amiga Bill and there's somebody else, but I don't remember who still calls me Spider MWA.
I will be right back.
All right.
Just to make you all kind of think about why I'm going, I have to measure something.
Before you go, Azalda. Ubi says, things moving today, just had to stop by, show my nuts, love your faces, and then leave. Go step. See ya, Ubi.
See? I was too busy looking at what Pest was linking me to notice that until you said to call it out.
Does this mean anything to you?
That's nothing to do with me.
Have you seen any labels like this before?
Oh, sure.
Where?
On crates.
I have this inescapable feeling that I could try and get some useful information out of you about this, but that it wouldn't be worth the time and effort I'd have to spend on the way.
I'd go with that feeling if I were you.
Helpful chap.
Let me guess. Not only are you the watchman for this warehouse, but you are so bored that anyone who comes along is a target for abuse.
You're good. I'll give you that. Sharp as a pancake. What brings you here?
Research. I'm on an investigation.
You with the watch?
No, I work alone.
So you're a criminal.
This is Ankh-Morpork. We're all guilty of something.
I'm not.
See, I know
Here
that
is the
Pest
driven
isn't,
snow.
Oh, yeah? Well, you've just
black metal.
directly violated the patrician's laws
It just
about
depends
groundless
on
metaphor.
What?
whether
Well, can you prove to me
they
that you're as
are
pure
recommending
as
me
snow?
stuff. It just depends on whether it's
but that wasn't
melodic or
metaphor.
not.
That was a
I'm not into. I know that they're
Of course,
into
the patrician is going to be
raw
swayed
black
by
metal,
a pedantic defense
which
like
I'm
that.
not so much.
I guess you have a point.
But the band they got me in, they showed me was what's it called? Oh, how do I even pronounce that? Dapuzet or something. Pest, help me out here. How the hell do you pronounce that? DAU Russian P or something UZ. Ah, right, okay. Oh, they're from Germany. See, here's me thinking they're Russian because of that P. But I'm also drunk a bit. I'm just a little bit drunk. So it's from Germany. Doubt this. Oh, that's effing awesome. I like that. Death in Old German. That's awesome. I like that.
Alright, I'm back.
Welcome back.
Welcome back. Me and Pest are talking about black metal bands from Germany. And how to pronounce them.
Also, Astriel, can I ask a favor?
Well, I'll just say what depends what it is. But okay.
That was quite the answer. It's just
that was something.
I mean, I'm playing a game here, and I really don't like it when people start talking over the dialogue that I'm trying to listen to.
Right, yep. I'll S-tier you then.
I mean, that's why I'm streaming it on Discord, so you can see what I'm doing at the same time. So if there's dialogue happening...
Yep, understood. Understood. Yep. Sorry.
That's all. That's all. Just
speaking of that, I saw an infomercial the other day that was, everybody does it, now you can do it too. Shut the fuck up. It was completely done in the retro, like, 70s style. It was so perfect. Shut your mouth like this. Shut the fuck. It was so great.
Fuck up. Oh.
When I gave Mundy's description to the watchman, he became animated.
I thought he already was.
Not animated, but more animated than he had been.
Ah, that's the one. He tried to break into the warehouse the other night.
You're sure?
Or maybe I just like stringing you along for fun.
What happened?
I scared him off. I'd like to know where he is now, though. It doesn't look good to have people get away with breaking into a place like this. Bad for our reputation.
Oh, I'm sure. Because everyone respects you, and this would just put a total stop to all those dinner party invitations.
Oi. Watch it.
Wouldn't want to hurt his feelings.
Heard of the Milka?
Sure. Put it in my coffee,
It's a
yeah.
Oh, that was
I
so
know.
stupid.
Just winding you up.
Well, I'm already about as tightly wound as I'm going to get. Unless you were planning to use me as an alarm clock, I'd start thinking about being cooperative.
Where's the fun in that?
The Milka?
Oh, yeah. All I can tell you is that they unloaded their cargo here.
What was their cargo?
Oh, I couldn't tell you that. That'd be violating Watchman cargo confidentiality.
There's no such thing.
Oh, all right. I just don't want to tell you then. Satisfied?
Fair enough.
Ecstatic. I loved his little ha ha ha. I should take that as a laugh.
Definitely.
I gave the watchman Al Kali's description. He didn't recognize it. Do you know a troll by the name of Malachite?
Sorry, I don't get to socialize much with this job. It's the night work, you know.
Do you know a woman named Ilsa or a man named Two Conkers?
Sorry, it's...
Also, you missed out on a great scene that happened earlier, Zelda, when we were on the Milka. When he left the ship, the first mate who was the watchman of the boat almost caught Lewton, but Lewton escaped by jumping onto the Ankh River. And then he went home and he took 2 baths so that he could feel dirty again. I just love the description that he had to take 2 baths just to feel dirty. That's how bad the freaking Ankh River is.
Do you know anything about the recent murders in Ankh-Morpork?
That's nothing to do with me.
I have a feeling I'll see you later.
I can't wait.
Yes, you can.
The doors led into the warehouse itself, but the watchman wasn't about to let me in. If it wasn't for the watchman, I could probably get in through the doors. As it was, I needed another plan. I couldn't tell what the crates contained, and frankly, I didn't much care. I couldn't carry the crates even if I wanted to. The skylight sat on the roof, an inviting alternative entrance. I wasn't the Disc's greatest climber, and the warehouse wasn't the easiest building to scale. I was going to need some help.
Yeah, I know.
I guess he would. Sorry about that.
Welcome back.
My wife came running into the office with, "I found it!" So.
What did she find?
We've been talking about this. None of us are really prudes, but we don't tend to go for the explicit language that much. And one of the things we've been talking about is there's no really good word, like a proper, satisfyingly good word for a male's member, so to speak. And one of the books she was reading just had one. Manhood. is one that she actually likes the word of, because the other two generally used, like cock, is not really a good word.
I mean, it also means rooster.
Well, that's just true, but it's not. It's too kind of vulgar.
Yeah, it is a vulgar word. Yeah.
So that was just it. And she was just very excited to have found one that she liked.
I mean, manhood is a old word. They've been using it, and even in movies they've used it in many places. It's a good word. I like it too.
I will, for clarification, I will say she didn't come rushing in saying that she found a manhood that she likes. It's just she liked the word. She's now looking at me arms folded.
And Willie is just silly, says Gabriel.
True.
I mean, Willie is the children's word for manhood. Did she also interrupt me when I was telling you about the story, Lewton escaping from the boat?
No, I heard all of that.
All right.
It was just at the end of that she came running in, so I just muted my microphone immediately. But I heard all of the running across the Ankh.
Yeah, he jumped into the Ankh, and then when he got to his office, he had to take 2 baths just to feel dirty.
Yes.
It's perfect description of how bad the river Ankh is. And also, he explained that he jumped onto the Ankh, like not onto the river. It's like he describes
the other one I really like is you can the Ankh is the only one that you can throw up onto and make it marginally cleaner.
There is a spot where we can look at the river. No, it was on the ship. You can actually look at the river, and he said that even agnostics can walk on it.
Yeah, that's from Ron in the books. I know that line is really great.
It's okay, Astral.
So I've decided on the...
Don't worry.
I decided on the shirts I'm getting from the Discworld Emporium. One of them is a reference to the book Soul Music, speaking of rock music, which is the band with rocks in.
Uh-huh.
On the back of it, it's like a... if you buy a shirt from a certain band, you get a tour dates on the backside of the shirt. This one has that as well, with Pseudopolis, Stolat, Quirm, Ankh-Morpork, and then on the bottom it says, be there or be a rectangular thing. It's really awesome. Malachite!
Yeah, Malachite is in this game.
Nice.
I actually should show the difference between the two. Let's go first back to the Octarine Parrot.
What a great name.
Great song.
Also, Astral, if you're afraid of you overburdening the chat, you should be here when Olvi Pericle, for example, is here, because he does the exact same thing.
Yep.
And it's not a complaint or anything. We like it when there's somebody active in the chat. It's really good.
And it used to be Gabriel who did that.
Yeah.
Gabriel was the original who kept the chattering in the chat.
I just keep chattering. Not necessarily in chat, but at chat.
Roughly shaped.
Roughly shaped.
Rock hard. Skin like sandpaper. I love the coughing at the end.
Yeah.
Like she barely got that last note in.
Where was that? That was another one of the good Pratchett things from the story I started reading a bit of earlier. Hang on, let's see if I can find it.
Okay, go for some.
It was some. There it is. An owl hooted. Thought better of it halfway through and changed it into a cough.
Who?
I just like the idea that. Yeah.
Good to see you again, Sapphire.
Feelings neutral, I'm sure.
Basically, where I was coming from was just, an apology was, what I wanted to do, and that's that.
I mean, if you wanted to do it, fair enough, but it wasn't necessary.
Mm-hmm.
It's
still polite.
It's nice to have someone active in the chat. It's a polite thing, yes, absolutely, but not necessary.
I felt the opposite. I know it wasn't necessary, but personally, I wanted to express it. That's all.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. And I appreciate it.
It's completely fair. I don't, but what are you gonna do?
Also, did you hear, Zelda, did you hear Sapphire's retort?
Yeah, I did.
Feelings neutral.
What's the connection between Malachite and Therma?
How would Sapphire know? Ask him yourself. Oh, but one piece of advice. Don't tell Malachite that Therma dead.
Why not?
You wouldn't want to be bearer of bad news to Troll like that.
He's not above killing the messenger, then.
He's not above eating the messenger, honey.
I didn't think trolls could digest human flesh.
Right. It make them ill.
Nope.
That make you feel better?
They can't digest it, but that doesn't mean they don't eat them.
Mm-hmm. Threat is still there.
Right, well, first, let's just all listen to Astro right now. I mean, what?
What?
I was just going what Beth said. And let's listen to all. Let's just all just stop and listen to Astro because, as in, not Astro me, I mean the band Astro.
True.
Or Nazul. I know that Beth loves Nazul.
So, Zelda, you heard how smart Sapphire sounded?
Yes.
Hello again, Malachite. No, don't say anything. I know how you'd love to talk, but I'd hate for you to wear out that beautiful voice of yours. So how you been keeping, Malachite? Okay, I guess you don't want to talk about that. This where you're staying at the moment? I guess you're not going to talk about that either. Heard any good jokes recently? How many trolls does it take to change a lamp wick? Want me to give you a clue?
So rude at the end.
It'd be really useful if you could tell me something about Therma that I could use to find her.
Therma. Find Therma.
Hey, I'm Aussie.
Yes, I know that.
Nazul.
I need some leads.
That's how you
if I'm
pronounce
going
it.
to find her.
I don't care if you're American or what. Nazul.
Therma.
Malachite wasn't being very helpful, but he was tall and
Don't
thin,
you
so
laugh
I
at
guess
me.
everyone has something
I
going
tell
for
you
them.
that.
There didn't seem much point in asking Malachite about himself.
I don't think it
He
was.
wasn't likely to
I'm
say
pretty sure
anything
it's
useful. Frankly, he was
Nazxul, isn't it?
It was
Is it
looking
not? I
like
think
the
that's
only
right.
way to get through to this guy was with a
Nazul is how you pronounce that. Don't tell me it's the other way around.
Lady, speaking of the intelligence of the trolls,
I'm speaking of the
I know
black
there's
metal band
one
from
of the books
from
where it's
Australia.
referenced that Detritus, who is a corporal of the Watch, the only reason they're trying to outfit him with a helmet is because he has a salute that's strong enough that it often knocks himself out. Yeah, Detritus in the Watch is really great. Like his, he because he's a big, really big troll with strong arms and hands made of rocks. He can't just wield a normal crossbow, so he has a siege engine, like the siege crossbow, as his
freaking ballista.
People duck. Exactly, people duck and cover when he pulls that out. He doesn't do it often, but I think they call it the equalizer. It's really great.
Freaking ballista as a weapon. Okay, but I can see you later.
See you, Bennigan.
Do you know anything about a
Hey,
man
Bennigan.
named Mundy? Malachite was as talkative as a corpse, and only slightly more...
I have no idea what nuzzle is a reference to. Past, I've got no idea. Now I want to look it up. What the freaking hell? Well, it's
Middle-earth.
well, that's what
Lord of the Rings.
That's what they said it was, but the original band. Let me just hang on. Is I need to hold down my Alt button to do this, and I need to let go my Alt button to do
Tempting
this.
as it was, I decided not to start attacking people with the crowbar.
Tempting as it was.
Malachite.
And a pleasure, always a pleasure to talk at you, Malachite.
Yeah. I remember when I was stuck at the tempting as it was. Oh, that was great.
Hello.
I don't understand this. Why does Metal Archives say there's no such band? I don't understand this. What the freak is going on? Hang on. NUZXUL. Pretty sure that's the way to spell it, I think. Alright, I'm gonna Google it.
Tempting as it was, I decided not to start attacking people with the crowbar.
I would have thought that he would actually do that on Rodan.
So you're a sculptor.
One could hope.
Yes. Yes.
Oh,
I'm reasonably sure
Pest.
I am.
I have no idea why Metal Archives is not
Why
accepting
do I get the feeling that you aren't going to be much good at small talk?
NUZXUL. And it reckons no match is found.
Are you two just debating on how to pronounce the band's name?
Sounds like it.
He's looking up a band that's spelled incorrectly. Ah.
Yes, that's correct. NAZXUL. Yeah, that's what I typed in, I swear. NAZ. Let me do this again.
Do you know a troll named Malachite?
Malachite.
N-A-Z, not N-U-Z.
Familiar.
In your own time.
I think he works for me. Or he did work for me.
That was nice.
No, I think he must still work for me. Look,
No,
there he is,
Pest,
over there.
it probably I had N-U-Z. Instead of N-A-Z, I was typing in U-Z.
Yeah.
Because I'm a freaking idiot.
I mean, it's pretty much the same voice actors from the second game. Nigel Planner, Rob Brydon, and Katie. With one
the way he
extra.
said work.
Mm-hmm. Work. And you can see what a struggle it is to talk to Rodan.
Oh. I do find it a shame that none of the games have referenced either Bloody Stupid Johnson or Leonard of Quorum.
Yeah, they don't mention them at all in the games.
Again. Hello.
Hello.
Especially because Leonard of Quorum is actually somewhere in the basement of the Patrician's Palace.
Ah.
Because he's kind of the Disc's equivalent of Da Vinci, meaning that he invents a lot of stuff, like just constantly. And a lot of things will be stuff like how to turn pies around, and on the margins of that might be scrawled how to build a siege engine, and then he, invents a parachute or a helicopter or something. And it's all the dangerous ones that are scribbled in the notes somewhere that the patrician is trying to keep out of the hands of regular people.
Ah.
Yeah. Kind of smart.
It didn't seem worth asking about that.
Oh, okay.
Well, it's Nubby, so...
I mean, that's fair.
You wouldn't happen to know your way around the Salaci family mausoleum by any chance?
Give me a break, Lewton. I don't know everything.
Do you even know anything?
Probably not.
Have you ever heard of a troll by the name of Madame Lodestone?
Madame Lodestone? No, there's a name I've not heard in quite a while.
I was spelling the name
You know
with
her,
a
then?
U at the start instead of an
but I've heard
A.
of her. She died in some sort of construction
Pets
mishap.
was
Yeah, there's the mishap.
right along.
Whatever. Anyway,
Ah,
if memory
mishap.
serves, they put her body in the
Mishap.
Salaci mausoleum. Don't know how she ended up in such an exclusive establishment, but that's how I heard it.
That doesn't sound very likely.
You did ask.
Catch you later, Nubby. Like measles, maybe. Or athlete's foot.
Yes, yeah, when it comes to Cythereal, I've been a long time fan of theirs. They haven't released anything in 10 years. They're like Australian that way. Just nothing. When it comes to Facebook, I don't know. But I do know with Austrial, when it comes to Facebook, there's been absolutely nothing. So they're like dead in the water. But Cythereal, yeah, nothing. Absolutely nothing. They released their last EP, and then nothing. Sorry guys, I didn't mean to hijack the game. So.
No, I'm just thinking out loud with a heavy sigh because I have no idea what I need, how I can get into the freaking tools.
I know you're looking at walkthroughs right now.
No hints?
The note had been pushed under my door by Carlotta.
Lewton,
I wasn't going to.
I am anxious to see you again and to find out how the case is going. Come to the von Uberwald
No, I would never do that. I've learned too much from Kilgore Trout to not do that.
Carlotta was a member of the von Uberwalds, one of the richest and most reclusive
Oh.
families in Ankh-Morpork. That explained why she could afford to offer to pay me so much. It didn't explain why she hadn't got around to paying me yet. But I
As
could
much as I
at least
respect
until the rent
Kilgore, I have described his I have described his way of playing to my housemate, and we've both been like, "What the hell?" But hey, they're his games. He can play them how he wants. No, that's the bottom line. They're his games. He can play them how he wants.
So the von Uberwalds.
Mm-hmm.
This is something Pest might like, because Uberwald is actually Pratchett's version of Germany, as far as I remember. Like the rural Germany with the hills and forests and stuff.
The invitation read as follows.
Lewton, I am anxious to see you again and to find out how the case is going. Come to the von Uberwald mansion on Moon Pond.
Hey, Oliver Perkele.
Carlotta von Uberwald.
Speaking of.
And also at the beginning, when Carlotta is here, that Lewton says that usually he is like $20 per day And she says that she's gonna pay 200 in advance and expenses. She never paid him. She just left afterwards, and he's like, and why didn't she pay me? I guess I can just wait.
I had a good experience of Germany last time I went, but I don't think my brother did because of my snoring.
Exactly, Uberwald. That's how it's spelled. It says in one of the books, on the rare maps of the Ramtops that existed, it was spelled Uberwald. But Lanker people had never gotten the hang of accents, and certainly didn't agree with trying to balance two dots on another letter, where they'd only roll off and cause unnecessary punctuation.
So it's just Uber, not the Uber.
Yeah, they pronounce it Uberwald. I've always loved that.
It's hard to talk about a game while still respecting a non-spoiler policy, but either you find a way or you don't. Yeah, that's why I use the hint system.
Yep.
It won't spoil me, but it'll point me to the direction that I need to go. That's why I use UHS many times, because if I'm really stuck at a game, I just go find a hint.
UHS is great.
The von Uberwald Mansion.
Quite the mansion.
I already had a bad feeling about the Mundy case, but learning that my employer was a von Uberwald didn't fill me with confidence. I didn't know the facts about the von Uberwalds, but the rumors were bad enough.
May I help you, sir?
You could let me in for a start.
Very good, sir.
And don't call me sir.
As you wish, sir. May I take your coat and hat,
thanks.
sir?
Thanks, but no. I feel naked without them.
That must make it difficult to clean them.
Was that a joke?
I never joke, sir. It's not my job. I may lie, dissemble, or deceive, but I never joke.
Look, I don't want you to take my coat, okay?
But of course, sir. Sir is welcome to drip all over the immaculate hardwood floor that I spent several hours polishing this morning, because Sir is a guest, and Sir is entitled to do whatever Sir wishes.
I so love when Pratchett writes something that is sassy and snarky like that. Because in the books, it's the same kind of overly polite way of speaking, and it's always funny.
Mm-hmm. I mean, polite dissing is the best insult way.
Sir's welcome to drip on the hardwood floors. Yeah, thank you.
Nice house.
Sir's taste in architecture must be quite exquisite to so accurately summarize the many splendid cornices and archaic stained glass frescoes
He's
of
so
this
sassy.
splendid
I love it.
Lawrencean building as nice.
You have a gift for making people feel welcome, don't you?
One is blessed.
Yes.
So what do you make of Carlotta, then?
Sir?
Carlotta. Carlotta von Uberwald. She does live here, doesn't she?
Indeed, sir. Sir is as dogged in his pursuit of the truth as he is determined to warp the incalculably valuable hardwood floor by his persistent dripping.
You're not going to give up on this hardwood floor thing, are you?
That
Sir is both astute and incredible.
the Airbnb
What
that me and my
about
brother stayed
Carlotta?
in Germany
She's
was
also quite astute
really
and is
small.
definitely stubborn.
What
Like,
do you think about her, then?
I reckon
I am not
tiny.
paid to form opinions, sir. Merely to
The lounge was
reveal
also
such as
the
regarding the hardwood floor.
bedroom.
A task
My brother
fast
slept on the
feeling
double
at the
bed.
current time.
I slept
Will
on the
you
couch.
shut up about the hardwood floor?
As Sir wishes. I
Wardrobe.
will no longer mention how Sarah's
I
irrevocably
would say
damaging
my
timber
wardrobe
fell
my
by
brother
the hand
out
of
was
the
actually my
77th
snoring.
Earl of Ankh.
And
Waters
so
have
we got
lain
the
here
F
for
out
longer
of
than
there.
Sir has been alive, and that were first
But
laid
I
before
remember
Sir's father was even
the
glint in the eye of his grandfather,
bathroom
whomsoever
and the
that may have
kitchen
been.
were absolutely tiny. I couldn't believe it. I don't know if that's typical of Germany, but yeah, this was like a regular apartment. And by the way, the outside of the apartment, like as in going up the lift, was really run down. Like, it looked like, drug dealers would live there. So getting to the front door was kind of like, oh, okay. Front door looks like a nice place. You go inside, and the place was tiny. Like, you get in the kitchen, and there's just hardly anything there. I just remember that, like, wow,
Hey, Gabriel.
It probably was Berlin. I can't tell you what city it was because I don't know. But I do remember my brother had already booked an Airbnb with some woman. She was out for the night. And we got into the lift, and the lift was just, like, really run down. Like,
good timing.
Looked like a drug addict's place. And hers was the only nice-looking place. That kitchen was so small. It was ridiculous. Like, wow. Like, it's the kind of kitchen where you stand in one spot and you look around you, and that's the kitchen. Like, you just spin around and that's the kitchen. No room to move at all. I've never seen a kitchen like that. Anyway. Sorry, Spider-Man. I'm sorry. I had to describe it to Pestmon. I had to describe it.
Yeah, but doing it again over dialogue that I completely missed. Because I can't listen to two things at the same time.
Topic of the game. Yeah. I was about to say, not be rude, but since it's not on topic of the game, can we keep it in text chat?
Yes. Oh my god, did it again, didn't I?
I mean, if you're not following...
Sorry.
I mean, at this point, Astral, if you're not following the game, I'm gonna have to make you leave the voice chat because you're disturbing my gameplay. I mean, I enjoy all the stories that you're telling and all that, but it's hard to focus when I'm trying to focus on the game, and then you start talking on top of the game.
I'll do the thing. Sorry.
Okay.
Hey, Gabriel.
Oh.
Sorry if that.
Only I've been able to interrupt. No. Like, I came in to say, like, maybe I should be here to just go, like, when there's dialogue, get everyone to stop.
Yeah, I mean, the problem with me is that I don't want to interrupt people. If somebody started to tell, like, a story or something, I don't want to interrupt them. But when I'm playing a game and there's a dialogue happening that I want to listen to and somebody starts talking on top of it, it's like, that was annoying the heck out of me. Like, if you're in the voice chat here with me, I want you to also focus on the game that I'm playing, not just start babbling about all kinds of stuff that has nothing to do with the stream.
I know. Shame. Like, Astral probably could have stuck around if I'd gotten here in time.
But I was about to say something, and it's But I just like the mental image of somebody being in the voice chat only to have a violent cough fit if somebody's not on topic.
Oh, no, some reason.
Yeah, that would have
more than that.
It would have been great if Gabriel just would have come in like, shut up. It's like, oh, okay.
Well, that was why I laughed so hard. That was what I was imagining.
And also, I'll also say this, because Astral probably doesn't know this about me, but I've been around drunk people my whole life. Like, family gatherings in my youth, everybody getting drunk. I don't drink, so I was just listening to drunk people all the time. And also, older friends getting drunk, me not drunk. It's the problem is, I know how chattery drunk people can get. But it's not that I don't, hate drunk people, but it gets annoying because they won't quiet down sometimes. But the thing is, I do let them talk. But on streams, the most focus is on because I'm playing a game. It should be the game, not just somebody babbling on and on and on about something, even though it's interesting to listen to.
I will say for your sake, Spidey, at Astriel, that you guys are good. I mean, you have a temper, sure, and Astriel has a tendency to go on, sure, but you're good. I mean, keep on topic, and it's fine.
Yeah. And also, it was pretty much when Astriel was talking here, he was only talking to Pest. That's also the other thing, that you're talking with somebody personally. Like having a conversation with one person, it kind of gets in the way because there's nobody else in the conversation.
That is also true, Packalin, but this time we're actually focused on the third Discworld game. That's why I'm here, because I know the Discworld universe, and Spidey wanted me to be kind of force-fed the games.
Yeah.
I like it, not gonna lie. So that's why we're trying to stay on topic.
I mean, it was also the reason, because we were talking before I even started playing the Discworld games, how you said that you have read the books and everything. And you even said to me that you wanted to see me play the Discworld games. And I was like, this is a great opportunity to learn even more about the Discworld. Like, the whole lore and characters and everything.
And basically what I bring is the jokes.
Yeah.
But that's a big part of the Discworld, so...
Yep. Do we have to be in voice chat in our D2 run? It would help. Because
it would help.
It would be kind of difficult in the middle of the fighting to just start typing very quickly something. It would be better if everybody is in voice. Because it's
I will say, the few times I've been in voice chat with you, Pest, I've enjoyed it.
Yeah. Same here.
The same goes for Astriel. I enjoy it every time he's here.
True. I mean, I do too, but it gets in the way sometimes. But it's like I said, Astriel.
That I've never heard before.
Yeah, there's that. And also, like I said, Astriel, it's fine to be on voice chat, but you sometimes just have to... It's like... Rule number 1, it's my stream. So what I say goes, kind of. Being the boss. But there's also that if you are having just a private conversation with only one person in the stream, in the chat, go into the chat window, like type, instead of talking to them over me and everything else. Unless we're all in the conversation as well.
I learned to do that during movie night back when we could talk during movie night. If I was telling a long story or like having a conversation about something else, I'd take it to voice. And I mean chat. I'd take it to text.
Yeah.
Instead of voice. Unfortunately, I can't do that right now because I'm washing dishes, and that's another reason why I joined voice, so I could keep talking. While using the sink with my hands all soapy and wet.
Yeah.
Gabriel, you are welcome for us body doubling you.
Huh?
Oh, you don't know about body doubling? It's a usual, like, helpful thing to do with both autistic people and people with ADHD to help them focus and get things done. Just having somebody near, having somebody else in the same room, that's body doubling. It usually helps. So you being in the chat here is kind of body doubling.
Yeah, thanks for telling me that. I've noticed this. It helps having somebody to talk to.
Yeah, right.
But I didn't know of this concept. I didn't know it had a name. And I didn't know it was like medical advice or anything. That's really good to know. Thanks.
Also, Pest, you should not be ashamed of spreading your voice over the internet. We've talked to you before, and you're awesome.
Yeah, I agree.
Well, humans are our pack animal says all this. Yeah, work songs. People singing while they work. It isn't just a thing in Snow White. It has a culture going back thousands and thousands of years.
Mm-hmm.
People just work better when they can socialize in some way at the same time. Takes the edge off.
Yeah.
I'm not a pack animal, I'm just fat.
I am not an animal. I am a human being. Had to make a reference.
So what do you make of Carlotta, then?
Sir?
Carlotta von Uberwald. She does live here, doesn't she?
Indeed, sir. Sir is as dogged in his pursuit of the truth as he is determined to warp the incalculably valuable hardwood floor by his persistent dripping.
You're not going to give up on this hardwood floor thing, are you?
As ever, sir is both astute and incredibly stubborn.
What about Carlotta?
She is also quite astute and most definitely stubborn.
What do you think about her, then?
I am not paid to form opinions, sir. Merely to perform menial actions such as guarding the hardwood floor. A task I am, alas, failing in at the current time.
Will you shut up about the hardwood floor?
As Sir wishes. I will no longer mention how Sir is irrevocably damaging timber felled by the hand of the 77th Earl of Ankh. Boards that have lain here for longer than Sir has been alive, and that were first laid before Sir's father was even a glint in the eye of his grandfather, whomsoever that may have been.
Dissing so politely.
Yeah.
I mean, that's what we missed. Oh, it's such good writing in this game.
For some reason, the way he said it reminded me of something from Witches Abroad about bad spelling. But I'll return to that at some other time, unless you want the quote now.
Do it now. Now that this is fresh on your mind.
It is about bad spelling. Let's see. Bad spelling can be lethal. For example, the greedy seraph of Al-Yaib was cursed by a badly educated deity for some days, and everything he touched turned to blood instead of gold.
Blood.
Which happened to be the name of a small dwarf from a mountain community hundreds of miles away, who found himself magically dragged to the kingdom and relentlessly duplicated. Some 2,000 glods later, the spell wore off. These days, the people of Al-Yaib are renowned for being remarkably short and bad-tempered. There was something about the way he said he would not mention the cod. It just reminded me of that.
Do you know anything about a man named Mundy?
Regrettably, sir, I know nothing about that person.
Ah, shame.
Do you know a troll by the name of Malachite?
Regrettably, sir, I know nothing about that person.
I don't think he has any information other than Carlotta.
You wouldn't happen to know your way around the Salaci family mausoleum by any chance?
Sir has many questions, but alas, I have few answers.
Makes sense.
I have an invitation from Carlotta.
Sir is as quick to reach the point of Sir's visit as a tortoise with a war wound is in crossing a very large desert. I will fetch Mistress Carlotta for Sir, provided Sir would be so kind as to wait here and not to touch the valuable and irreplaceable furniture that adorns the room Sir is currently dripping on.
I'll see what I can do.
What is the most classical British game you know? Oh, it would have to be that one about combing for rubbish and stuff on the River Thames. I can't remember what it's called.
Classically British game.
Most classical British game. I'm trying to remember the name that the game that Gabriel mentioned, because I have streamed that, but that was years ago. What the heck was it? I remember on YouTube I actually got the... I got a demonetization strike on it because it used sound effects that somebody had claimed. Chirpings of birds was claimed, and like, what the fuck, YouTube?
Interesting.
I mean, YouTube is
It must have been part.
dumb.
It must have been part of some sound effects library that was licensed
in India or somewhere. I can't remember. It is a profession, like a hobby or profession that people have where they go along the riverside and collect stuff to sell. But I can't remember what the name of it. I remember the game, though. The most classical British game, you know, for me, it would be The Lost Case of the Serrated Scalpel. Sherlock Holmes. Can't get it more classical than that, than Sherlock Holmes.
I think I'd go with the Sherlock Holmes games as well. Maybe perhaps other than Sir, You Are Being Hunted, just because the narrator is very, very British.
Oh yeah, I've never played that, but I know the game. Also, what was there's another jokey kind of game. What was it? Hang on. Let me see if I can find the name. Oh yeah. Oh, Sir, the Insult Simulator. That's it.
Oh yeah.
That's a super British game.
The Insult Simulator.
Yeah. It's Oh, Sir, Insult Simulator. Great game. I haven't played those in ages, but they were funny.
Spidey,
The
I'm
large
thinking
wooden
part of
doors led back out into the cold and rain. I wasn't that anxious to use them.
Yeah.
I understand that.
Yes, Gabriel?
Spidey, I bet part of the reason why people get so ashamed or take offense is because you do love doing these like these over dramatic reactions, and you talk in a really extreme inflection, like going up and down a lot, and some people might not understand that you aren't taking things as seriously as you are.
Yeah, I mean,
as it seems like.
I mean,
even I have trouble. God, I fumbled my words there.
I mean, yeah, that is my inflection when I'm a bit miffed or annoyed. So I go over the top, and when I'm explaining, it's like a roller coaster of voice.
Oh, don't worry, everybody. I guess it's just passive aggression to not do anything worse.
I mean, it is a bit of a passive aggressive from me to do that, but it is just trying to explain things without sounding too aggressive. That's what it is. Like,
yeah,
that is supposed to be that you're supposed to tell that I am annoyed at least, while I'm trying to be as polite as possible. So that's my tone goes a little bit all over the place.
But to sensitive people, it can seem aggressive anyway. At this point, I draw the line. I don't know which way to go, really, like in terms of who has the right of way. I'm just saying.
I mean, at least... I mean...
Sorry. I read something that was completely not related to anything you're talking about. It's not you.
Okay, now we need to hear
sorry
it.
about that.
Excellent, and that will bring the tension back down.
Because of Olvi's question of the most British game, I thought, hey, I'm gonna look up British games. And one of the things I found on Wikipedia is called Dweil flunking or nerdling.
What?
What?
Yeah, I don't know. Apparently, it's a British pub game played with two teams, with one dancing in a circle while a player from the other team attempts to hit them by throwing a beer-soaked cloth.
What?
It was just... It was such a left field, such a palate cleanse of what you were talking about that I couldn't help myself.
Shh.
I'll just... There. Those are the two
Dwile
names.
Flunking, Nerdling. Those are such British names for anything.
Yes. It's Dwile Flunkin is also spelled with a Y instead of an I. I'll say that. So. What?
Is that even English?
Sorry
Apparently it is.
Yeah.
Have you played Legacy
anyway,
of Kain series? Only Soul Reaver on PlayStation. That's the only Legacy of Kain game that I've actually played. And I had it on PlayStation back in the day. Never finished it.
So I'll be asked why if we know, like if we can guess how he got the idea to ask what is the most quintessentially British game.
Oh yeah, we didn't get that.
So all of you better get it. Yeah, how did you get this inquiry in your mind about the most classical British game?
I'm glad I'm not ruining them anymore, Astro. God, I used to be bad.
Yeah, yep. I mean, I agree with it, but you're so much better now than you were 5 years ago.
Thanks.
I sneezed so hard I could have sworn I heard someone outside saying, "Fuck you." What? What? Sweet, what? That would be a great reaction. You're just walking down the street and just, hey, fuck you, huh? What? I just sneezed, what? Just hear from distance, fuck you. It's like, what? Why are you, what? Sneeze, what?
Sounds like an alcohol or drug-induced thing to do.
Didn't mean to add a question mark, but it was pretty much just about this rude posh character in this game, meant to add a kappa to it, but easy to mistype, ain't it?
Oh.
Easy to mistype, ain't it?
My neighbor always sneezes so loud the walls shake.
What?
The painting bore a striking resemblance to Carlotta.
The Duchess Charlotte von Uberwald, née Leopoldine. My predecessor in a sense.
Oh, are you a duchess?
Oh. No, but the resemblance is impressive, isn't it? My husband was struck by it from the moment I met him.
Where is your husband?
Dear Ulrich passed away during a civil uprising in Uberwald several years ago. Quite a terrible business, actually. Peasants, pitchforks, burning torches, the usual sort of thing.
Usual?
For Uberwald, certainly. Their ways may seem barbaric, but it's just the way things have always been done. If there wasn't a civil uprising every few years, I do believe the nobility would be most disappointed. Dying at the hands of a mob in a burning castle is practically traditional.
Tradition important to you, is it?
Ever the investigator, eh, Lewton? Even your employer isn't beyond suspicion.
My old boss used to say that everyone was guilty of something.
And what are you guilty of?
Too many things.
Oh, yeah.
But nothing you need to know about.
That is kind of what Sam used to say.
It's like House. Everyone lies.
Yep.
Yeah. Also, no, this is not a vampire. She's from Uberwald.
Yeah, she's German.
I will say most vampires are from Uberwald as well. if I remember correctly.
I mean, Samael, the vampire pianist, he speaks pretty much the same way.
That reminds me, one of my favorite vampire characters from the games is in the book The Truth. His name is Otto Shriek. As a joke on ought to shriek. But, he has a fondness of taking pictures and has developed a way to use a flashlight, a flash to take pictures so that they become bright enough. But because of the way the flash works in the Discworld, he gets burned because it's like the sun, and he can't handle that because he's a vampire. So he's taken to wearing a little sign that says, so when he crumbles to dust after being exposed to the sun, there's a little sign that says, "Help, I've crumbled and I can't get up." He's great. You also, one of the first times he's introduced, he takes a picture and you hear him go, "Oh, damn," and that's it. He's great.
You wanted to know how the case was going.
A girl's got to have hobbies.
I think I'm getting somewhere.
We're all getting somewhere, Lewton. The question is...
Well, it looks like he's got an idea all the time.
I guess we'll just have to find that out the old-fashioned
with the
way.
lamp.
That's me, an old-fashioned girl.
Like the girl in the picture.
The Duchess? She was quite a trendsetter in her era. She wore her dress so high, you could almost see her ankles.
My heart is pounding at the thought. So what's the story with you and Ulrich?
Do you believe in love at first sight, Lewton?
It saves a lot of time, certainly.
Ulrich fell for me the moment we met. I guess seeing that painting every day probably helped.
Don't sell yourself short. You have a few assets of your own. I'm sure it was an equitable transaction.
You think I married him for his money?
Did you?
Let me tell you something, Lewton. I've been rich and I've been poor. Rich is better.
Did you love him?
Does it matter?
It matters to me.
Maybe I did. I guess it depends on what love is.
Love is a moment of weakness that allows someone to hurt you more than you ever thought possible. Men were given the strength to be brutes to women, and women were given love to wreak their revenge.
Who was she, Lewton?
Who?
The one who left you with such a high opinion of women.
Ilsa.
She must have been.
She's at the cafe right now. Nosferatu was
Really
great.
looked
Can't
like
wait
one of
to
those
hear
tyrants
Kilgore's
from
verdict.
Ew.
Yeah, I would like to hear what Kilgore thinks about the new Nosferatu. I watched it and it's great. I even talked about it with my friend because he hadn't seen the movie yet, and I showed pictures of what Nosferatu looks like, and our vampire looks like in the movie. And I asked him, like, who do you think is playing him? And he had no idea. When I told the name, he was like, "What?" Because you can't tell it's that actor because of the heavy makeup, and even the voice that he does is just awesome. Oh, Kilgore for the win. I agree. Kilgore is great. The voice is so good, yes. I agree. And the movie is so good. It's really good.
I don't have much to tell you about the case, I'm afraid.
You still haven't found Mundi?
Not yet. I might do a better job if I had more money at my disposal.
Ah, yes, of course. You haven't been paid yet.
Well, it had crossed my mind.
I'm sure I could sort something out.
I didn't doubt that she could. The question was, would she? And more to the point, when would she?
I mean, she did say that she would pay 200 in advance. Where's the money?
The best actor to represent a vampire?
To date.
That's a good question. I kind of like... I kind of like Gary Oldman's Dracula.
Mm-hmm.
because he turns from being the surly old count and being really fragile and still having the power to being this kind of aristocratic looking dude. I do like that.
Almost nothing can beat the original performance, really. In classic Dracula.
Pest says Max Schreck, who is the original Nosferatu of Count Orlok. I mean, of course, when it comes to Dracula, it is Bela Lugosi being the original. I mean, Christopher Lee is also good because he's extremely intimidating in the role. But it's Christopher Lee, so... So it depends on pretty much on the version of a vampire. Because we're all thinking about Dracula and all that, but there are lots of different vampire movies, so I was even thinking about an interview with the vampire, like there's Tom Cruise, Brad Pitt, and everybody else. But...
Speaking of various different versions, Midnight Mass is a great representation of vampire lore in general. I might have been the only one who watched that here, apparently.
Yeah, I don't think I've ever seen that one. Yeah.
It's a shortish TV show. I think it's 8 episodes or something like that, 8 to 10 episodes. But it's presented in a way that makes it sound almost like a religion.
Oh.
So it's a religious figure who goes out on a pilgrimage, and he's kind of old, and then he finds what he perceives to be an angel, which turns out to be a kind of vampiric creature that makes him younger. And it's really disturbing in a great way, and it happens in a small community, like on an island, so it's very closed off as well. It's great. I recommend it. It gets a bit weird towards the end, but it is a great show.
I'll keep that in mind. Oliver Berger has always been more of a werewolf guy, so pardon if you don't recall all of the actors without mentioning the movies. I'm more of a werewolf guy as well. I mean, I've watched lots of vampire movies, but vampires have never been like the highlight for me when it comes to these kind of fictional monsters. Werewolves, though, yeah, those I go for. Which reminds
in that category, I might be in the minority because I actually like the one from, was it 2012 with Del Toro as the Wolfman?
Yeah.
Benicio Del Toro as Wolfman.
And Sir Anthony Hopkins.
Yes. I thought that was a great movie.
I like it. I like it too. I think it's a good one. Like a really good remake of the original. And also, I need to write down freaking Dog Soldiers. I keep forgetting to get that movie.
Oh.
Because we need to see an awesome action werewolf movie. And nothing better than freaking Dog Soldiers.
Never seen it, I've only seen clips.
Super British. And super awesome. I haven't seen it in years, so it's time to see it again.
What can you tell me about the Duchess?
The Duchess Charlotte von Uberwald. Born Charlotte Ameliorati Victoire Tangerine Leopoldine.
Tangerine?
She married the Duke when she was 13, which was the style at the time. She was considered a risque dilettante by most of the nobility of Uberwald, and rumors abounded that she caused a heart attack that killed the Marquis of Grand Mal when she showed him her naked knees.
Ooh.
Her corset was said to be so tight that her first pregnancy went into extra time, and her first and only son had learned his first word by the time he was born.
You're pretty good on this family history business, then.
I dabble.
Oh, you dabble, right. Man, those tits.
Speaking of werewolves of London, I heard the Warren Zevon song earlier today.
Mm-hmm.
Ow, werewolves of London. Who adds?
Uberwald. Unibitor is back. Was it a book thing? Yep.
Yeah, Unibitor.
It's a...
Yeah. It's mentioned in at least 3. It features heavily in the 5th Elephant. Sam Vimes goes to Uberwald.
5th Elephant?
Yeah. Because there are 4 elephants, right?
Yeah.
The 5th one is said to... It's said to have crashed onto the disc and have become one of the mountain ranges in the Uberwald Mountains, which is why they're very heavy in resources.
Ah.
It's a great story.
Cool.
There is actually a reason it's called the 5th Elephant. But yeah, it's mentioned. It's featured heavily in that one, and I know it's featured in Carpe Joculum as well as Sergeant or Corporal Angua from the City Watch is an von Uberwald as well.
And also, I meant to ask earlier, because Ilsa mentioned that the 2 Conquerors is from the counterweight continent?
Yes.
Yep.
Like, what is counterweight continent?
It is the continent that means that the rest of the disc doesn't tip over. It's made purely from gold because that's the heaviest material, which is why 2 Flower and 2 Conquerors might have more money than most people.
Huh.
At least it isn't made of lead. That could be unfortunate.
True.
Yes, true. But it is. It used to be a myth or a theory, because how else could the world stay that flat and on the top of the elephants without something weighing against the natural world like Ankh-Morpork and Lancre and the whole area there? So you got the counterweight continent.
Ah, all right.
Which is kind of presented as Mayan or Aztec, that kind of thing, but heavily inspired by El Dorado.
Yeah,
with
that's
it
what
all
I'm
being
thinking.
gold.
Yeah, all being gold is El Dorado.
Tell me again about Monday.
What's to tell? I've told you all you need to know.
Which isn't much.
Do you know anything about the Milka?
Let's try not to get too sidetracked, Lewton.
But absolutely,
I
Unitus.
wasn't about to
You should
ask
read
Carlotta
more than the
about
Rintoon ones.
herself.
I would say if you enjoyed the Rintoon books, you probably enjoy the Witches books as well. Witches Abroad,
Have you
Weird
heard
Sisters.
of a dwarf who goes by the name of Al-Khali?
No, I haven't.
Never mind. It was a long shot.
Way she said that sounded kind of suspicious.
Yep. No, I haven't. It's like,
no.
Al-Khali has been here then?
Do you know a big, dumb troll called Malachite?
I thought all trolls were big and dumb.
This one pushes new boundaries. Do you know him or not?
No, I don't.
It is, because apparently Al-Khali is a city in Klatchia.
In Klatch, yeah.
Yeah, I mean, Newton himself said that you named yourself after a city after a Klatchian city. So it's a completely fake name.
I will say, Olvi Parkalai, with the whole duality of man, yes, there is kind of the connotation that a werewolf is somebody who's taken over by some kind of animalistic urge. But I do like the original idea of a vampire being how the peasants saw the the aristocracy, like somebody who was a bloodsucker because they just fed off of the peasant population.
Yeah.
Yep. You know, like what Olvi is saying, I like that too. Men contain multitudes, and I really like the idea that transforming into something else would change you slightly, because it makes certain aspects of yourself stronger and others weaker, and how it affects you depends on who you are.
Yeah.
Yep. Yeah.
And being a
that
werewolf,
respect,
I mean,
Split is a great movie.
And also being a werewolf, there's the other side that you're more animalistic when you turn. Like you're pretty much your human size, takes a back seat, kind of, but you're still there. But you don't really control yourself as well because you're more on a hunting mode at that point.
Yeah.
I did have an idea of like my own kind of a human versus werewolf kind of a thing, where the werewolves were much more intelligent. Like the leader of the whole group, who is the alpha wolf, has been a werewolf so long that he just stays in werewolf form constantly. Like he's learned to control himself that well, and he's just building a werewolf army to take over the world.
So Grey Hulk style.
Kind of, yeah. And also, this was even before I knew that there was such a thing as Underworld. You know, the movies.
Yeah. Speaking of man containing multitudes, that's why I love the X-Men Legion. Charles Xavier's son, who really is, to the most extreme point, has multiple identities, each of which has its own mutation.
Mm-hmm.
And he can't control which is the dominant one at any given time, but he is possibly the most powerful mutant in the world.
Yep. I mean, there's also...
That doesn't entirely make sense because, the mutant powers are also physical, aren't they?
They are, but they change depending on which...
It's like the myth that one of your alternate personalities can be deathly allergic to oranges or something, and the rest of them aren't.
Yes. I know, that doesn't make sense, but it's sci-fi, so I allow it.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
I mean, it's comic books, so anything goes.
Yeah.
I mean, Legion is... I wouldn't say that he's the most powerful, but he is pretty much the most dangerous. Because of...
Let's reclassify that.
Yeah,
absolutely.
Because...
Sorry, this was me taking the situation.
I mean,
we aren't on topic.
I mean, they've got so many gods and everything in the Marvel universe, but if I were to choose just one person that I know that could be the most powerful mutant in Marvel universe, that would be the Material Man, because he can change materia just by force of will. Like, he could take this ketchup bottle here and turn it into a bunch of roses just by thought. He is the most dangerous, but the good thing about him is he's not good, but he's also not evil. He's completely neutral. He doesn't take sides. And he rarely helps people because he knows he is powerful. He could destroy the world if he's not careful. And he has a girlfriend who keeps him in line. So they've really well written him as well.
Anywho, back to the game. That was me, sorry.
Do you like the way the werewolves look in Underworld? I've only seen Underworld once. I don't remember the movie that well. Was it Beckinsale who was the main character? The actress, Kate Beckinsale.
Good question.
I think it was. Yeah, Kate. Yeah. She hot. Yeah, she's hot. Just saying that. Okay, moving on. Back to the game.
Do you know a woman named Ilsa or a man named Two Conkers?
Be careful, Lewton. I don't appreciate people wasting my time.
That also feels like she knows something, but she's not telling. It's nice to hear the speculation and talking. When it's a topic that is interesting.
You wouldn't have anything to do with the recent murders.
Why, Mr. Lewton, you must think the worst of me.
I think the worst of everyone. That's my job.
Do you think Mundy could have been murdered?
Anyone could be murdered, but speculation is cheap.
And you're not?
I'm not cheap. I'm a bargain.
Good way to describe himself.
Reminds me of those Danish actress who was on vacation in Italy with some of her actor friends, and she had apparently gotten a crush on a waiter they'd had, and she was in her, complete drunkenness, standing outside of his apartment and yelling at him that she wasn't cheap because she was afraid that he might have thought that she was a cheap one. I'm not cheap, I'm free. That's not a way to sell yourself.
Nope.
Have you heard of a singer named Madame Lodestone?
Sorry, Lewton. I've never heard of them.
I need your help.
I'm not hard to get, Lewton. All you have to do is ask.
I need your knowledge. I need to find a particular tomb in the Salaci Mausoleum, but I don't know enough about genealogy. You do.
The Salaci Mausoleum? That could be trouble.
Don't worry. I'm not going to mess with the tombs. I know better than to offend a family whose ties with the Assassin's Guild go back to its very foundation. I just want to see if someone's buried there.
Who's the stiff?
A troll named Therma.
A dead troll? You don't get much stiffer than that, I suppose.
Will you help me or not?
Of course, although I'm not really properly dressed for a mausoleum. You don't mind waiting while I get changed?
It's not like Therma's going anywhere.
If Sarah's not too busy, the master of the house wishes a word with you.
And if I am too busy?
The master of the house still wishes a word with you, and I shall be forced to beg.
That sounds like it could be fun.
Did I say beg, sir? I meant resort to violence.
In which case, lead the way.
Fair enough.
The 7 Days to Die redeems are left over from 7 Days to Die.
The redeems are still on? Man, I need to turn that off.
Yes, and so is the integration. It's been like that for months.
I totally forgot.
Has retained you to investigate a certain matter for her.
Daughter-in-law.
That's correct.
Then I take it you will be a frequent visitor to my house.
It seems likely.
Yeah, it's Gabriel.
Do you know who I am?
I know that they call you
Yes,
the
it is.
Count.
Do you know why they call me the Count? Because I am a Count. Count Henning von Uberwald.
Also, could you wear some pants?
Prince von Uberwald, I ought to add, because frankly, Uberwald had an uncountable number of counts. And I'm
uncountable amount of counts.
At the moment, because my current infirmity prohibits me from leaving this room.
That doesn't explain why you wanted to see me.
I wish to know what my daughter-in-law has you investigating.
That's between me and her.
No, Mr. Lewton. I rather suspect it isn't. You see, Carlotta's hands are not on the von Uberwald purse strings, but mine are.
So you're saying I won't get paid unless I tell you what I'm doing?
No, I'm implying that. Whether or not you actually get paid is a different issue.
What's it to you?
I get very bored. I'm interested as to what goes on around me.
All right. I'm tracking someone for her.
Someone who is missing?
That's right. A man named Mundy.
Oh, I see. Very well. If you keep me informed on the progress of the case periodically, I will ensure that you receive payment.
Also, I didn't notice this whole conservatory on top of the mansion. Like, look at this place. It's got hills, trees, and how big this globe is. Like, whew.
Ollie apparently Spidey tried Dark Souls and it's a no-go.
Been there, done that. No. Not anymore. Ever again. Mm-mm.
Been there, done that, denied the t-shirt.
Yep. I didn't even get the stupid t-shirt, because if I did, I would burn it at the stake. I would put it on a stake and then burn it like a witch that it is.
I, on the other hand, might stream it at some point. I do like From Software's games. So, maybe.
Mm-hmm.
So if I keep you informed on how the Mundy case is going, you'll ensure that I get paid?
As much as it is in my power to do so, yes.
And what if I mention this to Carlotta? Maybe she's got the money from other sources and doesn't need the family money.
A possibility. Very well. I'll offer to pay you irrespective of whether Carlotta pays you herself.
That seems a little unethical. I'd be betraying the trust of a client.
I'll pay you twice your usual fees.
Well, what do you know? Suddenly I've resolved all my ethical dilemmas.
Ethics are a salve for the poor, Lewton.
I am the poor.
You sound as if you are proud of the fact.
The poor are often prouder than the rich. They know that what they have can't be taken away.
Why would anyone want to take their poverty away?
I didn't say the poor were smart. I said they were proud. You said you have to stay in the conservatory. Why?
I'm not a well man, Mr. Lewton. It is hard to say how long I have for this world, or indeed if the next world will take me.
What's so special about the conservatory?
Ankh-Morpork is too hot and humid for my tastes. I had the conservatory built especially. It's colder than the rest of the house. I keep it at the temperature I feel most comfortable with.
Why so cold?
You ask too many questions.
I'm an investigator. It's my job.
Well, be thankful that I find your impertinence charming, or else I might be forced to teach you a lesson.
In your condition?
You would be surprised at just what I can do in my condition, Mr. Lewton.
At least it explains why he doesn't wear pants. To keep cool. Zelda, do you know much?
I wouldn't say much. I wouldn't say much. I know more about Dark Souls. No, not Dark Souls. Hang on, Bloodborne. Than I do Dark Souls. But I know enough of the first game to appreciate the world and the world building of it. And then from 2 and onwards, I've lost track.
So the von Uberwalds are wealthy then?
Not compared to some, but we have more than enough to look after our own.
Is Carlotta one of your own?
When she married into us, she became a part of us.
You sound like you don't approve.
My opinions of Carlotta are not the issue. Traditions and ties of blood are stronger than opinions.
But there is no tie of blood between you and Carlotta. She married into the clan.
Mr. Lewton, there are ties of blood between all the von Uberwalds. In Uberwald, blood is very important.
Almost sounds like he's a vampire.
Yep. Except he's a fruit.
I prefer breasts.
What can you tell me about Monday?
I'm afraid I can tell you nothing. But I
Nothing.
would be interested in what you have to say about Monday.
Carlotta says he's an ex-lover and she suspects him of cheating on her.
And you believed her?
Whether I believe her or not is immaterial. Do you know anything about the Milka?
I'm sorry, but I don't get out of the conservatory much.
Tell me about Carlotta.
I find it impertinent that you should ask questions so boldly of me.
You'll live.
It is fortunate that I find your manner amusing.
I guess this must be my lucky day.
Very well. Carlotta became a member of the family by marrying my son Ulrich, who is no longer with us.
I'm sorry.
Yes, he returned to Uberwald several years ago.
Oh, I'm sorry. I thought he was dead.
Oh, he is.
Yep.
Oh,
And
of course.
alas, Carlotta is now part of my family, and I have a duty to protect her.
Why do you dislike her so much?
It is not something you should trouble yourself with.
So not only has he returned back home, but he's also dead. Got it.
Yeah.
Good way of everybody explaining it.
just shortly, Olvi Bergerly, Bloodborne is the only From Software game that if it ever came to PC, I would stream it in a heartbeat. The others, I might have a little think about before streaming them, but Bloodborne, not a question, I would.
What do you know about a dwarf named Al-Kali?
These days, the only people I know are those who come to the mansion.
Do you know anything about the recent murders?
There are always murders in Uberwald. I don't see why these should be any different.
I was talking about the murders here in Ankh-Morpork.
Mr. Lewton, I couldn't be less interested in the petty crimes of this wretched city.
I'll be back later.
I
Yes.
look forward to it.
Lord John.
Now let's get this straight.
I-
We're looking for a troll named Therma.
Wait.
As far as I know, yes, but she may be in here under the name Madame Lodestone.
Okay, then we can rule out the Fornix Sanguis Ceruleus.
What? Does there have to be one?
The Blue Blood Vault. We can probably eliminate the heroic decapitated war veterans vault and the thoroughbred pet vault. Do you know what relation this troll had to the Selaci family? She wouldn't be buried here if she wasn't.
Well, your guess is as good as mine. It took Carlotta a while to work it out, but we eventually found a Madame Lodestone in the Fornix Famulus, the servitor's vault. Guess she used to keep the floors real clean or something.
Here we are. Madame Lodestone.
There's an inscription. Madame Lodestone, singer and retainer of Lord Robert Selaci, taken from us when her house collapsed, returning her to the rubble from whence she
Robert Selaci.
Not much of an epitaph. Still, it's more than I expect mine will say. I'll probably end up with whatever's written on the cement bag round my feet. Carlotta? Carlotta? She disappeared without even a word. I couldn't work that woman out. Still, she'd found me the tomb, which left me trying to decide whether or not to tell Malachite.
So you recognize the name Robert Selaci?
Yeah, I actually mentioned the book earlier. He's in Soul Music. He's an active assassin, member of the Assassin's Guild, who's hired to dispatch of the band with rocks in.
I mean, Lewton, when we arrive here the first time, he mentions of the Selaci family having ties to the Assassin's Guild. That you should be careful when you're here in the mausoleum.
At least 3 of them, as far as I know, have been active assassins.
A heavy stone slab covered the tomb of Madame Lodestone, and presumably Therma's body was inside. I tried to move the slab, but it was far too heavy.
Well, I'll look forward to that, Olvi, because I might stream them.
That wasn't going to help me move the slab.
There's only one thing that it can help us move the slab. I should have gone to Nubby first. Would have been funnier.
Hello again, Malachite. No, don't say anything. I know how you'd love to talk, but I'd hate for you to wear out that beautiful voice of yours.
Find Therma. Therma in the mausoleum.
Well, I think I found Therma's body. It's in the Selaci mausoleum.
Need to see body. Take me there.
Okay. Nice to see someone dealing with the grieving process at high speed. Cut straight to the acceptance. It saves a lot of time, doesn't it? I don't know why I bother sometimes. Not as if he's listening to me. Maybe it'd help if I hit him with something, like maybe a really heavy building.
Need to see body.
Of course you do.
Here's the tomb.
Need to see body.
Hey, it's going to be pretty ugly in there. I mean, she was crushed under a house. That'd mess up even a troll.
Wow.
Need to see body.
Yeah, apparently she was practicing so hard that she struck down a supporting beam and the whole building
pushed the slab off the tomb like
collapsed
he was
on her.
Opening a jam jar. Inside was some rubble that I assumed was Therma's body.
I can see the
Frankly,
teeth.
There wasn't much to go on. Trolls are rocks.
And some rubble.
That's the whole story.
Not Therma.
Eh?
Keep looking.
Are you crazy?
Oh.
How could you tell?
Not Therma.
I mean, you should be able to.
Keep looking.
I was beginning to wonder if Malachite was mad. If he was, I could at least make use of it. Okay, I've got no soul. I must be a heel. All right, I'll keep looking. But I've got a problem. There's this building I need to get into, but I can't do it. I need a grappling iron. A grappling iron like the one you have. Look, I need to borrow your grappling iron. Do you understand?
Give you hook. You find Therma.
That's the deal. I couldn't help but wonder what it meant if that rubble wasn't Therma. Had Sapphire lied to me? I wouldn't be surprised. Frankly, I was more surprised by people telling me the truth than telling lies. Lies flow like water, but the truth burns. That's not a bad line. I better write that down. Malachite gave me the grapple and left the mausoleum without another word.
It does seem to me that Malachite is the wrong color, though.
What color should he be?
Kind of greenish. I mean, usually trolls are silicate beings, so they're made of rock, and their names reflect kind of what they look like.
Ah.
So Malachite would be green.
It's interesting that Sapphire...
Mr. Shine, who is usually... Yeah. Go ahead.
It's interesting that Sapphire is wearing a red dress. When usually Sapphire is with the blue color, at least, associated. Even though Sapphire can be red.
But Mr. Shine, who is unofficially their king, is that rare once-in-a-generation troll that is born that's actually diamond.
Ooh.
Who doesn't suffer from the same curse as the rest, by meaning they heat up in the sunshine because he reflects the light, so he's actually able to think and is intelligent.
I know this is not my first time playing Pest. I've played this game a lot because me and my friends had this back in the day. So we played this quite a bit.
It hadn't been easy getting the grappling iron from Malachite. Of course, even getting a meaningful sentence from Malachite was a challenge. The rubble was definitely the body of a troll, but according to Malachite, it wasn't Therma's body. I examined the body closely, but all I could see of interest were the troll's diamond teeth glinting at me. The glinting diamond teeth of the troll seemed to lure me like a siren. Well, okay, so greed lured me like a siren. Either way, I really wanted one of those teeth. All my best instincts told me not to take the tooth, but I just ignored them.
There. Just like in Discworld 2, now we got a troll's diamond tooth.
A beautiful glittering diamond. I tried not to think that I had pulled it out of a dead troll's corpse. More importantly, I tried not to think about the fact that I stole it from the Salaci family mausoleum.
Yeah, I don't think... I'm not sure which one is worse. That he stole it from a corpse, or that he stole it from the Salaci family mausoleum.
And that's a good question. I'd say probably the mausoleum.
Dead man walking.
But yeah, trolls have diamond teeth. It's how they can eat rocks. There's a barbarian in Discworld called like Owen or something like that. who's really old
the barbarian
and lost all his teeth. So he had false teeth made out of a troll's teeth.
Yeah. The first time he's mentioned in the books, he lisps a lot because he don't have any teeth. So he talks all the time about soup. Soup. Yes. Conan the Barbarian is great. He is the reason that you should, or not the reason, but the perfect example of why you should fear an old man in a job where young men traditionally die young. Because he must know something to have become old in that profession. True. And it is in one of the books described how he fights, how he somehow almost supernaturally is able to be exactly where all of the punches ain't.
Beautiful animation.
That's how we get on.
Yep. Needed to get the grappling hook from Malachite.
The skylight sat on the roof, an inviting alternative entrance.
In we go. To see what's in Pier.
The skylight was locked tight.
Never mind. Time to use the proper tool.
I gotta check, when was the last time I played Uberwatch? Really long time.
I damaged the skylight slightly when I forced it open with the crowbar. Gee, how would I sleep at night?
Alright, let's check out Pier 5 warehouse. What are they hiding in here? What is Monday after?
Breaking into the warehouse was easier than I thought, but then I was a natural pessimist. Living in Ankh-Morpork did that to a man. What little light there was in the warehouse was coming through the skylight, and shadows played on the walls as I searched for something to help the case. I didn't know what I was looking for, but I was desperate enough that anything would do. The warehouse was full of crates. I wasn't surprised. That's what the warehouse was for, after all. None of the crates seemed to be of much interest, though. It looked like a matchbook. Even my paranoid mind couldn't come up with a reason not to pick it up.
Uh-huh. That's where the corner is torn off.
Ooh.
There's the number. Whalebone Lane. You know what's funny?
What?
When you pay enough attention to the game, you would see Whalebone Lane and the number behind the mannequin in the parrot. It shows on the window.
Oh.
Just backwards, but it's there. Like, the clue that we're looking for here is already there.
The scrap of cardboard I'd found on the Milka matched the torn matchbook exactly.
There, 9 Whalebone Lane.
The reconstructed matchbook clearly read 9 Whalebone Lane.
Whalebone.
Whalebone. Speaking of Rob Brydon as a voice actor, I think he's doing a great job.
Oh, he's great. That's Lewton.
I will say my favorite bit with Rob Brydon that I've ever seen is him talking with Stephen Fry on QI, saying that his dad, Rob Brydon's dad, grew up on the same street, literally the same street as Anthony Hopkins. And Stephen Fry answering back, "Oh, well, in England we live in houses." It's such a great out of the blue diss from Stephen Fry.
octarine parrot. Oh, Sapphire's not here.
I'm back.
See?
So I can see.
On the window.
This seems like a nice
9
place.
Whalebone
No, it
Lane.
doesn't.
Right
It
behind
seems
him.
like what it is.
Oh, yeah.
A wretched hive of scum and villainy.
It's tough to get to the top in that field. You could have that on a sign outside. Come to the Octarine Parrot, the most wretched hive of scum and villainy this side of the Ankh.
Are you being funny? Apparently not. You look a little nervous.
I can't shake the feeling that sooner or later someone is going to get their arm cut off.
There's your Star Wars references.
Until later, Mankin.
But Olvi, it wouldn't help. From Software games are not Spider games.
Yep, they're not my kind of games.
Though I do think you might like something like Overlord. I think you would enjoy that.
I think I...
Overlord is great. It's funny.
Yeah.
I'll have to look up Overlord because it is a familiar name, so I'm not sure if I have played it before.
There was nothing I could do with the stage other than be glad I didn't have to perform on it.
It's
a
SWAT
kind of game?
Yeah, it's the one where you play an overlord and you amass an army of things and
Minions.
stuff to conquer places. Yeah. The minions, yes.
Yeah, I've never played it, but I know the name.
I think you'd enjoy it.
Probably, because I do like those kind of games, RTSs and such.
Oh, by the way,
The
Mom
pianist,
says hi.
Smale, was one of Cafe Ankh's
Hey, my
greatest
Heather.
assets. Not only was he a
Just
first-rate
saying hi.
musician, but there was something about him that made you think it'd be a bad idea to start any
For
trouble.
being absolutely intentionally wonderful.
Oh, it's in no way intentional on my part. I'm just being me.
Also, Iselda.
Oh, Iselda says it's not intentional on his part. He's just being himself.
Iselda.
Yes, you were
Notice something interesting.
What exactly am I looking at?
He's got a
the
Bloody
drink.
Mary.
Yeah.
Look at that hairdo on Ilsa.
An old flame. Frankly, my life would have been better if she'd stayed out of it.
You came back.
I'm not staying.
We were actually in Kilgore's chat the other day talking about Casablanca being the first place where the word damn was used as in a swear word.
Oh, yeah.
The Kilgore vampire.
Yep, that's a great one.
Oh.
Any thoughts on this matchbook or what's written on it?
I'm sorry, Lewton. I don't know anything about that.
Don't go far. I might want to shout at you again.
I'm sorry, Lewton.
Not sorry enough.
I will say, now that you mentioned the Bloody Mary, there's a Danish series of, well, I'd say young adult, but it's kind of children's stories, called Freddy and the Monsters, where a young boy who grew up reading, Tales from the Crypt and that kind of stuff, finds out that the wax figures at a museum not actually wax figures. They are the real Dracula and the real Wolfman and the real Frankenstein's monster and such. And he has various adventures with them. It's really a great series, but they have a way of the writer Denny Jurgensen had a way of making them child-friendly. That was just incredibly funny. Like Dracula having had blood so many times over so many years that he's gotten a stomach ulcer, meaning he can't drink blood anymore. So he switched it out for red soda instead.
There was an ordinary
And the Wolfman is completely obsessed with his boombox. Sorry about that.
His what?
A boombox. He listens to disco all the time, so he's dressed in a white disco suit as well. Calls Dracula Drag, and it's Dracula hates it. My personal favorite bit is the Frankenstein's monster called Karloff, of course. Boris, sorry.
Boris,
has a tendency to fiddle with the bolt in his neck, so his head sometimes falls off. They're really great stories. I don't know if they're translated, but if they are, I highly suggest you read them.
There was an ordinary bell on the reception desk. There was something about it that really made you want to strike it. I really wanted to ring the bell, but given that Nobby was right in front of me, it would just have wound him up.
Too bad it doesn't.
Oh, they are. I just looked them up. They are translated.
Cool.
Freddy and the Monsters.
I have played Spore a lot of times. It's fun. To a certain point.
I only got the chance to play Spore when it had already been so long that the servers had been taken down. And when I realized this, I was very upset and just never played it.
Hello again.
Hello.
But Spore is fun, just to see the creatures that you can create.
Any thoughts on this matchbook or what's written on it?
I don't know.
Ah, well, thanks, Nobby.
Catch you later, Nobby.
Like the measles or athlete's foot.
I wanted to get into Spore, but I didn't have the money to buy it when it was popular and just never got it
so afterwards. I can see.
I have it on...
Bummer. Long time no see.
I have it on... I think I have it for both Steam and GOG. And hey, Bummer.
Do you know what this is?
It's a matchbook.
Any reason it might have the address of the parrot written on the back?
None that has anything to do with me.
I knew he was hiding something. The question was, how could I get it out of him? I'm against unnecessary violence. Besides, these skinny types can be tougher than they look.
Question.
So you don't know Mundy?
I've already told you that I don't.
And this matchbook means nothing to you?
Do you practice to become this irritated?
Well, I'm confused. You see, this is Mundy's handwriting on the matchbook, and this is your address he wrote. Shall I tell you what I think?
I don't think I have that much choice.
I think Mundy is here, but he told you not to tell anyone that he's here.
You're just making it up as you go along.
Well, I could always go and fetch the watch. I heard they were looking for Mundy too, and if he's not here, you wouldn't have to worry about being charged with hiding a known fugitive. They can get so impatient.
Mundy's not a fugitive.
How would you know? You little...
All right, you win. He's upstairs, but don't tell him I told you.
I wouldn't dream of ruining your reputation in high society. Until later, Mankin.
Good evening. Nice to see you too, Bummer. By the way, I'm a Sultan.
I'd gone to a lot of trouble.
In case you didn't know.
Now the goal was in reach. It seemed like an antique.
Beautiful looking guy, ain't he?
I couldn't quite see what Mundy was doing when I entered his room, and seconds later I couldn't see him at all. The last thing I saw as I passed out of consciousness was the floor rushing up to meet me.
It usually is.
There's Nobby. And there's Monday. Dead.
We'll say the one time I've passed out,
By the time I came
last thing I saw before passing out was the
I must have been
frame of the
unconscious
wall.
for hours, maybe days. I thought no one could feel as bad as I did. Until I saw Mundy. His feet were bound and his eyes had been gouged out. Either he died of massive blood loss, or he'd spilt an awful lot of red wine. It wasn't going to be a good day, I decided.
Going somewhere, Lewton? You don't leave until we've finished with you.
You know where my office is. If you want an interview, you can find me there.
I consider you to be the prime suspect in this investigation.
You've got to be kidding.
I've never been more serious.
Never? What do you want with me? I was unconscious throughout the whole incident.
We only have your word for that. You could have killed Mundy and then knocked yourself unconscious.
With what?
Your wedding. You were pretty serious then.
What?
Yes, Nobby. Now shut up.
Will you explain what you think I did?
You came in, mutilated Mundy, and then knocked yourself unconscious.
Is that all?
There's your promotion, too. You were really serious then.
Nobby, you've made your point, thank you. Shut up.
How did I knock myself unconscious?
Is that Sam Vines, by the way?
But
I don't
you're not
remember.
a complete fool, Lewton. You'd have found a way.
Do you have any evidence against me, or is this just part of your ongoing campaign of victimization?
Just, you're always kinda serious.
You were present at the time of the murder. Your rope was used in the murder.
My rope? The murderer steals from me, and suddenly I'm guilty of murder?
It's not a bad thing. I mean, you're the commander of the watch, and that's a serious job.
Then there's the victim's message.
Azil? How does
I'll be
that
being stuck.
incriminate me?
It ends in L-E. He could have been trying to write Lewton. He could have died before he could finish.
He could have been trying to write Lemon. And what is Azzy supposed to mean?
I was only trying to help.
For all we know, Azzy might mean it was in Mundy's own language.
For all we know, Azil might mean, help, someone has gouged my eyes out. You're just guessing. There must be other suspects.
The landlord says no one went upstairs after you.
It could be the landlord for all you know.
Mankin? He's not the type. Anyway, he reported the incident to us.
Listen, you've got nothing on me, and unless you're going to arrest me, I'm going to leave.
I'm keeping an eye on you, Lewton. Consider yourself a suspect for all the counterweight killings. If you're in any way involved, I'll find out. Don't leave town, Lewton.
He's really got it in for me, hasn't he?
He's not a bad person, Lewton. He's just a bit...
Psychotic? Obsessed? Judgmental?
I was going to say overworked, but I've changed my mind.
What's this about counterweight killings?
Well, and this is in the strictest confidence.
I won't tell anyone who doesn't talk to me.
The murders have all been a bit, well, odd, redualistic.
What? They are involved with
Ritualistic.
the revival of philosophical principles concerning the division of reality into two independent forces, mind and matter?
No. Redualistic. Like what cults do. Reduals.
Ritualistic? I see. Like someone was trying to make a point.
Yeah. One of the patrician's clerks was killed the other day. Ooh. Very suspicious.
Why the counterweight killings?
I'd better not discuss that. Gotta go. See you later, Lewton.
A lot later will do.
The thought plickens.
Look, Asp.
To be continued.